Chapter 1375. P.S. I seem to have eyelid inflammation, so painful. Although Ishida Yulong was shouting happily, his strength was really not that strong. Plus, Quincy's hands were injured. Ishida Yulong, who didn't react at all, was slashed by Renji's Zanpakuto, leaving a long and narrow wound on his body. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound on Ishida Yulong's abdomen. Plop! Under the great pain, Ishida Yulong immediately knelt on the ground with a painful expression. His body leaned forward, and he panted slightly with a pale face. "See, I've already told you," Renji said with disdain. He had one hand in the Shinigami outfit, scratching his abdomen like a homeless man, and the other hand holding the Zanpakuto on his shoulder. "Next, I will give you the final blow." Then, Renji raised his Zanpakuto again, and looked down at Ishida Yulong, who was lying on the ground. "Before you die, you must remember that Renji Ase is the one who killed you. Please take care of him." After that, he slashed his Zanpakuto at Ishida Yulong without hesitation. At the same time, Seito also turned his head and looked to the side. The next moment there was a muffled sound, and a broad-bladed Zanpakuto slashed heavily on the ground, splitting the asphalt road. Under this sudden attack, Renji, who sensed the danger, decisively gave up his previous action and jumped 3 times in a row to avoid Ishida Yulong and stood on the side of the intact asphalt road. He turned to look at the attacker and asked, "Who are you?" The orange-haired young man, who was wearing the black Shinigami outfit and holding a broadsword that was 20 centimeters wide and nearly 2 meters long, said with an evil look on his face, "I'm Shinozaki Ichigo, the one who defeated you. Please enlighten me." "Who are you? Which team is Lishu from?" Renji asked again. The reason why Renji was like this was because of the Shinigami outfit on Shinozaki Ichigo. As the name implied, the Shinigami outfit was the official outfit of the Shinigami. In the spiritual state, the only guy who held a Zanpakuto and wore a black kimono was the Shinigami. This was a unique symbol. Without knowing who Shinozaki Ichigo was, he directly classified him as a pawn of a certain team. "What is that? Such a big Zanpakuto?" When Renji saw the shape of the Zanpakuto in Shinozaki Ichigo's hand, he looked like he saw a ghost. "Why is this big?" Shinozaki Ichigo didn't understand the meaning of the Zanpakuto. The meaning of the Zanpakuto means that the Zanpakuto's SSS shape. The Zanpakuto's SSS, it represented that the spiritual pressure of its master was stronger, and vice versa. Of course, SSS to SSS. Compared to Rukia's, it's a bit bigger. No matter what, I haven't seen a bigger so far. Shinozaki Ichigo didn't care too much. "Ichigo, idiot, why did you come?" Rukia looked at Shinozaki Ichigo and said. It's just that her tone directly attracted the attention of Renji, who was originally shocked by the form of Zanpakuto. "So, I understand. You're the one who took the SS power from Rukia." Renji Ase, who was full of murderous intent, jumped above Shinozaki Ichigo and slashed down with his katana. "So what if I am?" Shinozaki Ichigo asked. "Then I'll kill you." Renji's Zanpakuto swung his Zanpakuto. Block. Shinozaki Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto block the attack. But before Shinozaki Ichigo could fight back, Renji swung his Zanpakuto again, forcing Shinozaki Ichigo to defend passively. But there's an old saying, defense is bound to lose. Soon, Renji's Zanpakuto left a long wound on Shinozaki Ichigo's body. A lot of blood instantly gushed out from the wound on Shinozaki Ichigo's shoulder. Plop! Shinozaki Ichigo knelt on the ground in pain. "It's time to end this." Renji's voice sounded. "You will die and return the ability to Rukia. Then Rukia will return to Soul Society and wait for her death." Shinozaki Ichigo instinctively turned his head and looked at Rukia. Rukia, who was looking down at her feet with one arm crossed, didn't refute Renji's words. "I say you're really stupid." Rukia didn't want to drag you down, so she ran out by herself. You would have been fine if you just stayed at home, but you chased after her. What do you think you can achieve by chasing after her? A half-assed Shinigami like you is no match for us. Renji sneered. Before he could finish his words, a saber light flashed across his face, interrupting his words. Excuse me, I'm sorry you didn't finish your sentence. I made too many mistakes just now, so you had a chance. Shinozaki Ichigo stood up from the ground and said. Did I interrupt you? I'm really sorry. I want to ask you, what do you mean by no match? You bastard. Raising his hand and using his thumb to wipe the blood flowing out of the wound on his chin, Renji grinned. You're too careless, Renji. Just when Renji was about to attack again, Kuchiki Byakuya, who hadn't done anything, suddenly said, Captain Kuchiki, how am I careless? Against someone like him, like this? Sanjing retorted indignantly. Kuchiki Ichigo, that brat, I only remembered the video report sent by the secret mobile squad 33 hours ago. Virtuous was injured, and had no choice but to return to Hueco Mundo. Kuchiki Byakuya interrupted. Ha 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 ha, I can't stand it. The quality of the secret mobile squad is too bad recently. How can someone like this hurt Virtuous? I don't believe that kind of nonsense. Captain, look at the Zanpakuto in this guy's hand. It's just big, but there's nothing special about it. It's obvious that he can't control his spiritual pressure at all. Renji said loudly as if he heard a joke. Hey kid, what's the name of your Zanpakuto? Then, Renji looked at Kuchiki Ichigo and asked. Name? Where did the name come from? Do you want to name your Zanpakuto? Kuchiki Ichigo didn't understand. I didn't guess wrong. There's no need to ask what your Zanpakuto is called. People like you are 2,000 years too early to fight me, Renji said coldly. Then, he wiped his hand on the Zanpakuto and shouted, Roar! Snake tail ball! Look in front of you. In front of you is your food. While shouting, Renji attacked Kuchiki Ichigo again. Kuchiki Ichigo, who didn't understand the meaning of the Zanpakuto's name, still used the same method to deal with it. However, he was defeated by the ruthless reality. In less than 3 moves, he was defeated by Renji again. Under Renji's threat, he felt the fear of death. He knelt on the ground with his head down and his body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Renji completely lost interest. He got into a stance and prepared to give Kuchiki Ichigo the final blow. But at this time, Rukia, who was on the side, suddenly jumped behind Renji and hugged his arm that was holding the Zanpakuto. She stopped Renji's action and shouted at Kuchiki Ichigo, who was in fear, Run! Kuchiki Ichigo didn't know if it was the power of friendship or the protagonist's aura, but he suddenly stood up slowly and held the Zanpakuto tightly. He took the initiative to attack Renji with an awakened expression. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu state, movements, and other aspects had changed drastically. In just a few moves, he was able to force Renji into a desperate situation and was about to seriously injure him. However, at this moment, Kuchiki Byakuya, who was on the side, suddenly broke Kuchiki Ichigo's Zanpakuto and appeared not far in front of him without him noticing. Then, Kuchiki Byakuya threw away the broken Zanpakuto in his hand and gently held the Zanpakuto's hilt. His figure flashed and appeared behind Kuchiki Ichigo. Puff! A muffled sound came from Kuchiki Ichigo's body after Kuchiki Byakuya sheathed his Zanpakuto, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It could be seen how fast Kuchiki Byakuya's attack was. What happened next was simple. The stubborn Kuchiki Ichigo wasn't ready to give up even at this point. He continued to move forward even though he knew that it was a dead end. However, Rukia didn't let him do as he wished. She pretended to be disgusted and used cold words to intimidate Kuchiki Ichigo, then followed Renji and Kuchiki Byakuya into the world crossing gate that was similar to the ancient Japanese sliding door. Rukia, Kuchiki Byakuya, and Renji were about to disappear into the world crossing gate, but at this moment, a black shadow flashed and squeezed into the world-crossing gate. Snap! The next moment, the world-crossing gate completely closed and melted into the void. What an accident! Urahara Kasuke muttered to himself as he walked towards Shinozaki Ichigo, who was gradually falling into a deep slumber with his wooden clogs. He looked at the place where the portal disappeared with a deep gaze. And the black shadow that surprised Urahara Kasuke, and had the ability, speed, and courage to break into the world-crossing gate without a body converter was none other than Seito, who had been hiding and watching the original plot. At this time, inside the world-crossing gate, Kuchiki Byakuya, who suddenly discovered an intruder, immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed at the intruder. Chapter 1376. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tip. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing, Seito, who had taken the opportunity to break into the portal, clashed with Kuchiki Byakuya, who had drawn his sword and slashed at him. As the sword and blade clashed, the two of them retreated. "It's you!" Upon seeing the intruder, Kuchiki Rukia immediately exclaimed. Obviously, she had a deep impression of Seito, who had bumped into Shinozaki Ichigo. Seito, who was holding the divine blade Celestial Clouds, smiled at Kuchiki Rukia, then ignored Kuchiki Byakuya and Renji, who had drawn his sword and was on guard. He turned around and used ground shrink footwork to quickly rush into the depths of the portal. "Renji, look after Rukia," Kuchiki Byakuya ordered. Without waiting for Renji's response, he used Flash Step to catch up. As someone who had been taught and teased by the Four Maple Court's Yiichi when he was young, Kuchiki Byakuya's Flash Step was exquisite. Could be said that he was one of the best in the entire Soul Society. It made those who specialized in Flash Step and stealth footwork feel embarrassed. Therefore, he quickly caught up with Seito, who was unable to use Flash Step to directly teleport because he was in the portal, and slashed at him. Feeling the biting cold behind him, Seito, who was moving forward, immediately twisted his hand and swung his sword to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the portal again. This time, Kuchiki Byakuya did not choose to retreat. Instead, he turned around. Using stealth footwork, he circled behind Seito and stabbed his sword at Seito's chest, just like how he dealt with Shinozaki Ichigo. He stabbed at what he thought was the knot. Seito did not dodge and released his psychokinesis to form a defensive barrier behind him. Bang! Keiki Byakuya's attack was blocked. At this moment, Seito flipped his wrist and held the hilt with his right hand. His left palm pressed against the bottom of the hilt and gently pushed the tip of the blade forward. Shiomu Baichian's figure flashed, retreating backwards. Seeing that his attack had missed, Seito chuckled and immediately released his right hand that was holding the saber. At the same time, his left hand that was pressing on the bottom of the blade's hilt exerted force and pushed the celestial clouds towards Kumu Baya like an arrow. Kuchiki Baya, who was already blocking the middle of the realm passage and wasn't worried about Seito barging through, didn't dodge. He slashed down with his saber and slashed at the celestial cloud's saber that Seito had thrown out. However, just as Keiki Byakuya was about to push celestial clouds away, Seito, who had used the ground shrink technique to instantly appear in front of Keiki Byakuya, extended his right arm and grabbed celestial clouds' hilt again. Gathering his strength and the perfect circle force in his body, he slashed down at Kumu Baya with all his might. Imitation of Sapphalo's sword skill, ground shrink, change, reign of guests Kumu Baya, who couldn't defend himself in time, was pushed back by the huge force of Seito's slash. Seito, who had forced Kumu Baya to retreat, didn't stop moving. The aura on his body instantly erupted. Coupled with his high-speed movement footwork and skills, He split into aura clones that looked like real people and rushed towards Kumu Baya together with his main body. As he slid back, the spirit seed on Kumu Baya's body exploded. He forcefully stopped his retreat and threw away the Zanpakuto in his hand. "Scatter, Senbon Zakura!" As soon as he finished speaking, Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto, which had fallen vertically to the ground, began to scatter from the tip of the blade, turning into the shape of cherry blossom petals that were commonly seen in April in Japan and gathered into a stream. It shot towards the several Sei-Ito's images that were rushing towards him. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from his body. Then, his body suddenly jumped and turned into a blue bolt of lightning that was difficult to be followed by the naked eye, rushing towards Kumu Baya at an extremely fast speed. Lightning Flint. The speed of Lightning Flint was so fast that it completely surpassed the speed of Senbon Zakura's pursuit. Before the scattered blades of Senbon Zakura gathered to block it, he shuttled through the gap and rushed in front of Kumu Baya. Then, Sei-Ito, who had reappeared, once again swung his Zanpakuto at Kumu Baya. Although Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto had turned into Senbon Zakura and was floating in the passage, it did not mean that there was no protection around him, but there was still a small part of Senbon Zakura's blade fragments gathered around him, so as soon as Sei-Ito's blade fell, it was blocked by Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto-controlled Senbon Zakura. It was just that Sei-Ito's move looked ruthless, but in fact it was a feint without much power, so the moment Kumu Baya mobilized Senbon Zakura, he raised his Zanpakuto, turned his feet, and once again turned into a bolt of lightning and passed by Kumu Baya's side, rushing towards the other end of the passage. Seeing this, Kumu Baya, who had been maintaining the noodle stall state, had a change in expression. He reached out and grabbed the Zanpakuto that had turned back into a Zanpakuto, and turned around to chase in the direction Sei-Ito left. However, how could Yuki Byakuya catch up to Itomori, who had already entered the state of lightning and flint? Yior Soi Fan of the Four Maple Court in instant cast was more likely, so after chasing for a few seconds, he could only watch as the blue light gradually disappeared into the depths of the passage. On the other side, after a while, Sei-Ito finally arrived at the other side of the passage and rushed out of the portal that was still open. In an instant, a large empty room came into Sei-Ito's sight. As expected, it's the 6th Division Station, a portal owned by the Kumu family. "This saves me a lot of trouble." Sei-Ito, who appeared, chuckled after seeing the surrounding environment. As a communication portal to travel between the three realms, even in Quiet Soul Society, it was a high-end player. Except for one that was used by Kido for most of the Shinigami, only the 1st Division, 2nd Division, 6th Division, and 12th Division had one. Among them, the 1st Division had it because of their relationship with the head captain, but most of them did not use it much, so having it was equivalent to not having it. The 2nd Division, on the other hand, had its own portal because it was stealthy and mobile. It was used for both assassination and intelligence gathering, so it had its own portal. The 6th Division, on the other hand, had its own portal because it belonged to the nobles, and its head captain had always been from the Kumu family, one of the 4 great nobles. As for the 12th Division, other than being its creator, the current 12th Division captain, Nei Mayuri, was not one to be content with his position. He had secretly left a portal for him to use at any time. After all, everything inside the portal was monitored by the 12th Division. He did not care if he was discovered or not. After figuring out where he was, Sei-Ito did not stay any longer. He immediately left the 6th Division's residence, which could be said to be Kumu's private residence. At the same time, he took out a set of Shinigami equipment and put it on, disguising himself as a Shinigami and sneaking out. "Phew! I'm finally out, but where should I go next?" Sei-Ito, who was walking on the streets of Quiet Soul Society, thought to himself as he sized up his surroundings. "Forget it, I'll go to the Central Academy of Soul Magic first." From there, I'll get a few scissors to study. Having made up his mind, Sei-to did not hesitate. He immediately quickened his pace and began searching around Quiet Soul Society. After all, as an external protector, Sei-to did not know where the Central Academy of Soul Magic was. He needed to find a passerby to properly ask. Oh right, before that, there's one more thing to do. Sei-to, who had suddenly thought of something, stopped and said. Then, he closed his eyes and used Absolute to seal off all the pores on his body, preventing the invisible seeping of the spiritual particles from the outside world. Then, he used his mind to mobilize the perfect circle force in his body, forming an energy membrane that covered the surface of his skin, completely cutting off all the spiritual particles from the outside world from entering. The reason why he had to do this was because the people of the Wandless Empire in the manga had said that the air in Quiet Soul Society was filled with Yhwach's soul fragments. It was just that enough of them had been absorbed. They would be infected by Yhwach's soul fragments, and when they died, they would return to Yhwach along with the strengthened soul fragments. Although Sei-to would definitely not die as long as he did not seek death, he did not have the heart to use himself to nurture other people's soul fragments. Therefore, he waited until the soul fragments entered his body and burned them with his soul fire, suffering the pain of having his soul burned for nothing. Haibu had cut off the possibility of that thing entering his body from the very beginning. However, this way, Sei-to would not be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual particles to replenish his body's consumption when fighting in Quiet Soul Society in the future. Fortunately, he did not have to worry. If worse came to worst, he could just use his world force to replenish it. Although this seemed a bit extravagant, after finishing his work, Sei-to once again started wandering around Quiet Soul Society. However, not long after he started walking, a knocking sound echoed throughout the entire Quiet Soul Society. Needless to say, this was definitely the Traveler's Calamity invasion alarm. Because Shinozaki Ichigo was not here, the only person who could make Quiet Soul Society sound this alarm was Sei-to, the Traveler's Calamity who was able to force his way into Quiet Soul Society under the watch of the captain. They really do value me. They actually used a full alert. Sei-to looked up at the sky and chuckled. Then, he ignored it and continued to search for the Shinigami members who were alone. Because it was a full alert in Quiet Soul Society, the members who had nothing to do hurriedly returned to their quarters and waited for the vice-captain and the officers to arrange things. This made things convenient for Sei-to. Therefore, Sei-to, who was walking on the road to the 6th Division's quarters, quickly caught a 6th Division member who was alone. Seeing this person, Sei-to immediately rushed to the person's side and knocked him out with a palm strike. Then, he reached out to support the person's body and carried him as he disappeared from the street. He found a place to hide and began to use hypnotism, mind reading, and other secret techniques to read the person's memories and search for the information he wanted. It should be said that this person was indeed a Shinigami. Although he looked like he was only in his 20s, the content reflected in his memories was more than 100 years old. If Sei-to did not take the initiative to read the main content, just browsing through the person's useless memories would have taken a lot of time. But even so, Sei-to spent more than half an hour to understand everything that he wanted to know. In this half an hour, apart from obtaining the location of the Central Academy of Sorcery, Sei-to also obtained the first 30 Kido incantations and how to use them, the first 3 Kido incantations and how to use them, and the first 3 Kido incantations and how to use them, as well as the Academy's version of the Shuanpa technique. Among them, the Kido incantations only needed to be familiarized with the Kido and Kido incantations before they could be used directly. However, the Shuanpa technique might not be learned. It couldn't be helped. There was a huge difference in quality between a spirit body and a physical body. The Kido incantations and Kido incantations could be used to control spirit energy, spirit particles, and spirit energy. However, the Shuanpa technique couldn't be used. After all, it was an explosive movement technique for spirits with a different body structure. If it was used directly, not only would it not be able to increase the speed of the flying scythe kick, it might also cause harm to the human body due to the difference in strength. Therefore, it could only be temporarily shelved. Forget it. In any case, I already have the shrinking step, which is a straightforward movement technique. Compared to the flying scythe kick, which is a high-speed combat movement technique that is difficult to master, this transient step won't make a difference. However, the 4 Maple Academy's third secret movement technique, the Sky Cicada, is still worth getting. Even if I can't use it, I can still use it to improve the flying scythe kick and give Mother, Big Sister, and Yellow Fist another life-saving technique. Ito Sejin said as he threw this useless member of the Grim Reaper to the side. Then, he once again walked towards the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. On the way, Seito was bored and began to ponder over the combination of the Keto and Keto incantations he had just obtained. After walking for 20 minutes, Seito arrived at the southern border of Quiet Soul Society. It wasn't far from Drifting Soul Street. It was outside the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. A barrier, Seito softly muttered as he looked at the transparent barrier covering the entire Central Academy of Spirit Magic. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched the barrier. Bang! A violent, muffled sound was transmitted. Soon after, the barrier trembled slightly and a large crack appeared with Seito's fist as the center. With a walala sound, a hole big enough for 3 or 4 people to pass through appeared. Hurried knocking sounds echoed within the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. Seito didn't care about the effect he had caused and rushed into the Central Academy of Spirit Magic in a flash. He directly rushed towards the teachers who had come out to check on the situation. "Be on guard!" a bald death god who should be the director of the Modern World's school yelled. Under his yell, the 5 or 6 death gods that had rushed out immediately unsheathed their blades and got into a battle stance. Seeing this, Seito laughed disdainfully and directly used Flying Scythe Kick. He instantly appeared in front of a death god who was on guard and waved his hand to attack. The Shinigami was shocked when he saw this. He instinctively dodged backward, but then Ito-sei's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him, and then a strong force carried his body to the other Shinigami who were about to rush over to help. Plop! Because they had been in teaching for many years, the teachers who had almost forgotten how to react in battle were directly hit and fell to the ground. Seito, who had disappeared before, once again appeared in front of the bald director and used Konoha's shadow dance to send him flying. Chapter 1377. Ito-sei, who casually dealt with these Shinigami, waved his right hand and cast psychokinesis to wrap them. He bent his arm and pulled them in front of him. He picked out one of them who seemed to have the weakest will, turned it in front of him, and quickly controlled it with hypnotism. "Where is the warehouse?" Seito asked. Under the control of the hypnosis, the teacher quickly reported the location of the warehouse. "Which one of you is the Ghost Taoist teacher?" Seito asked again. The controlled death god turned his head and looked at the other death gods beside him who had their mouths and movements sealed by psychokinesis. With a dull gaze, he raised his hand and pointed at a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old. After finding the person he was looking for, Seito didn't waste any time. He immediately knocked out all the other death god teachers except for the bald director and the ghost Taoist teacher. Then, he carried the remaining 2 people and quickly moved toward the warehouse. In less than a minute, Seito arrived outside the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse that was protected by a barrier and seal, Seito, who had summoned the divine blade, Celestial Clouds, didn't say anything and directly slashed down with full power. Shwa! In an instant, a light sound rang out. The barrier and seal that were used to protect the warehouse, as well as the door of the warehouse, immediately split in half and fell to the ground with a muffled ping-ping sound. Saito left the bald director and the ghost Taoist teacher outside the warehouse and walked in by himself. In an instant, large amounts of ownerless death gods that were leaning against the wall, placed horizontally, or stored on shelves entered Saito's eyes. Knowing that time was of the essence, Saito didn't look too much and directly used his mind to open the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. All the ownerless death gods in the warehouse were sucked in. After that, Saito walked out of the warehouse and used instant transmission to bring the bald director and the ghost teacher out of the Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Reappearing on a street in Quiet Soul Society, he left another mark in a corner where no one would notice and teleported out of Quiet Soul Society again. In the next moment, Saito's group of 3 appeared on Drifting Soul Street outside Soul Court. They randomly found a habitable room and barged in. As for the owner's wishes, Saito didn't even need to use hypnosis to control him. He was frightened by the death tyrant suits on the 2 death gods. His whole body trembled as he gave up the room. With a temporary room to stay in, Saito began to hypnotize the 2 death gods to obtain the information he wanted. It should be said that the harvest was not bad. From the death god teacher who specialized in Kido teaching, Saito obtained all the Kido incantations and usage methods before the 50th, as well as the 2 special Bakudo incantations and usage methods of Bakudo 58-fingered Sparrow Chaser and Bakudo 77 Days of Kongluo. And from the bald director, Saito also obtained the Kido incantations and usage methods before the 60th. As for the other models of high-digit Kido incantations, he could only get them from the Kido sect or the big library of Quiet Soul Society. After getting what he wanted, Saito erased the 2's memory of leaving Quiet Soul Society and threw them back to Quiet Soul Society with instant transmission. Then he left this room and found another uninhabited room to live in. In Drifting Soul Street, uninhabited rooms like this are common. It depends on whether you have the patience to find them. Later, Saito concentrated on studying the newly obtained Kido incantations and the basic form of Zanpakudo, Asushita. Kido is the same as Yin-Yang Jutsu, and magic. It uses the resonance and guidance of the spirit and energy to guide the wandering Reiki to arrange the correct form according to the combination of jutsu, to obtain the desired effect. So after the basic proficiency, Saito handed them over to his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Reina Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, and Mayo, to increase their own strength. But Asushita isn't so simple. After several days of careful study by Saito, as well as various scientific and magic instrument tests in the Magic Cube world, he finally understood its nature and composition. In terms of its nature, it was somewhat similar to the spiritual weapons in Taoist cultivation that had been entrusted with external souls. However, its spirituality was not added by external things, but directly produced during forging. Otherwise, it would not be able to combine with the spiritual will of the Grim Reaper and give birth to a sword soul. As for the specific formation principle, Saito hasn't figured it out yet. After all, it involves the level of the composition of the soul. Before getting the temporary soul creation technology, it will take at least a long time to figure it out by relying on Saito himself. However, the nature of Asushita is difficult to understand, but its composition is much simpler. In a broad sense, it is completely forged by Reiki, without a trace of external material inside. Even the shape and texture of the blade is created by forging Reiki, just like the murderous stones that make up Soul Society, but it looks like a real material. I guess this is only possible in the heavy spirit space of the Spirit King Palace. If it is placed in Soul Society, there is no suitable environment to forge Asushita. Saito chuckled as he lightly tapped the blade in front of him. Then, Saito put away the Asushita, got up and went to the courtyard, looking up in the direction of Soul Society. "It's time to exercise," Seito whispered to himself. It turns out that just a day ago, Soul Society's murderous stone wall suddenly fell down, temporarily separating Soul Society and drifting Soul Street. Seeing this, Seito didn't understand that Shinozaki Ichigo and the others have arrived. Otherwise, why would there be such a situation? I think they should be at Shiba Kuga's place now. In that case, I will wait for them to break into Soul Society and join in the fun. Seito withdrew his gaze, then turned back to the room, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and closed his eyes to meditate. Of course, all the necessities are still self-sufficient, and there is no need for external supplies. The night passed uneventfully, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, a huge round Reiki ball suddenly flew towards Soul Society and smashed into the anti-membrane wall above Soul Society. The moment it broke into Soul Society, Shinozaki Ichigo and the others' plan to rescue Rukia officially began. Taking advantage of the time when they smashed the anti-membrane wall, Seito, who was wearing shinobi armor, also used Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the room and appeared on the street of Soul Society. It's just that at this time, Soul Society was filled with patrolling Shinigami, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. "Hey, which division are you from?" A patrolling Shinigami who happened to pass by looked at Seito, who didn't have an armband, and asked. "I'm from the 6th Division," Seito replied while pretending to take something out. After that, his arm pulled out, and an armband that had just been made with alchemy appeared in his hand, and Seito wore it on his left arm. Remember to wear the armband next time, otherwise, it won't be good if there is a misunderstanding. The Shinigami of the 10th Division reminded him. "Okay." Seito agreed, and then walked away from that Shinigami. He moved toward the location of the Kido team that he learned from the bald director of the Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. Although they were in a state of alert, the situation of Soul Society didn't feel very strict, or it could be said that they didn't think that Seito would appear in shinobi armor, so along the way, Seito met many members of various divisions. Other than being questioned occasionally, no one suspected that he wasn't a Shinigami and fought with him. Therefore, after spending some time, Seito smoothly arrived at the Kido team. "Who are you looking for?" Because they weren't carrying out a mission, the Kido team didn't wear the same uniform as the FFF team. They only wore shinobi armor and asked Seito as he walked into the team. "I am a member of the 6th Division, Seito. I came to find the vice leader of the Kido team under the orders of my captain. I have something to tell him." Seito glanced around and casually replied. "Oh, come with me then." The Shinigami of the Kido team didn't suspect anything, then turned around and led Seito into the depths of the team. Seito, who originally wanted to capture the Shinigami of the Kido team when he found that there was no one around, saw that his excuse was effective, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of capturing the Shinigami. He planned to wait until he met the vice leader of the Kido team. After all, compared to ordinary Kido team members, the vice leader knew more Kido. And if he was lucky enough, he might be able to learn a few forbidden techniques from the vice leader. For example, the time-stop forbidden technique. After a few turns, the Kido team member brought Seito to a Japanese-style room. "You wait here, I will go and report to the vice leader." The Kido team member turned around and looked at Seito. "Okay." Seito agreed. The Kido team member didn't say much, turned around, opened the door, and walked in. After half a minute, he walked out of the room and came in front of Seito, saying, "The vice leader invites you in." "Okay." Seito nodded and walked into the vice leader's office. In an instant, a traditional Japanese-style room appeared in front of Seito's eyes. A thin, pale, gloomy young man who looked more like a drug addict than a normal person appeared in Seito's line of sight. "What's the matter?" The man looked down at the scroll on the desk and said without raising his head. My captain said. Sei Ito said, then released his psychokinesis to wrap around the vice leader, imprisoning his body and mouth. Chapter 1378. As mentioned before, the Ghost Dao was the same as the Yin-Yang technique, magic arts, and magic arts of the main world. They were all guided by the resonance of spirit and energy, leading the wandering spirit particles in the surroundings to arrange the formation of the technique according to the user's needs. There were two ways to use it, one was a simple incantation chant, and the other was a hand seal similar to a ninjutsu. Among them, the hand seal targeted some higher-level special Kido. Most of them were in the hands of the former Kido's leader and vice leader, Ling Taizhai and Akata Bo Xian. Even if the Kido's side had records, because of the lack of aptitude, it was estimated that only the current leader had one or two, no one could use it. As for the other type of singing, there were three types of techniques: double singing, discard singing, and following singing. Among them, dual chant was targeted at compound Kido, such as Hado 73's Double Lotus Blue Flame Fall. Chant break and later chant were targeted at all Kido, but one gave up on the incantation and directly cast it, while the other was cast first and then chant. But no matter which one it was, as the medium to launch Kido, it was still the hands of the caster. Therefore, under the state of psychokinesis confinement, even if the vice leader's ability was heaven-defying, he couldn't release Kido to save himself. He could only exert his Ryatsu to break through the confinement of psychokinesis. It was just that the Shinigami who was assigned to the Kido's side didn't have any fighting talent, but his aptitude wasn't good. His Ryatsu was much worse than the vice leader and vice leader, let alone Sei Ito, who was comparable to a captain, so no matter how much Ryatsu he released, he couldn't break through Sei Ito's powerful psychokinesis confinement. Sei Ito, who didn't want to complicate matters, didn't delay. He immediately stepped in front of the Kido's vice leader and knocked him out. Then, he used the main world's Yin-Yang technique and Chimanduanjia knowledge to set up an illusion array in the room. This was to confuse any Kido members who might come later. Then, he began to fiddle with the Kido's vice sect leader. At first, Sei Ito managed to enter the vice leader's mind, just like the other captive. But the moment he cast his hypnotic control, the surrounding environment immediately changed. He entered a dark and mysterious world from the vice leader's mind. Before Sei Ito could figure out what was going on, a violent explosion and lightning struck him. Dao Breaker 63. Thunder Roar Cannon. An unfamiliar voice rang out in the pitch-black space. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito didn't panic. He swung his hand and hit the incoming lightning ball. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space. At the same time, the light formed by the explosion of the lightning ball lit up the space. Binding Dao number 61. 6 Pillars of Light. The next moment, accompanied by another voice, 6 huge light marks suddenly appeared in the pitch-black space, flying toward Sei Ito's body and inserted into his waist. Sei Ito was imprisoned. King's Descendant. Flesh Mask Wanxiang Yubo, the one with the name of a human. Wall of blue fire engraved with double lotus. Distant heaven quietly waiting for fire abyss. Dao Breaker 73 Double Lotus Blue Fire Fall. The voice from before chanted. As his words fell, 2 blazing red fireballs instantly flew out of the pitch-black space and shot in front of Sei Ito. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space. Should I say that you're worthy of being the vice leader of the Kido? Even your Zanpakuto is from the Kido system. Suddenly being pulled into this strange space really scared me. Sei Ito's voice sounded in the smoke formed by the explosion of the double lotus blue fire fall. The reason why he was sure that this was the soul space of the vice leader was because of the appearance of the voice that cast the 6 pillars of light. You know, He now appeared in the Vice Leader's mind in the form of a spiritual body. This can be proved by his current inability to use instant transmission to perform large-scale teleportation. But in the case of a conscious body, without the other party's consciousness and external assistance, there was only one possibility for him to suddenly appear in this strange space. That is, the Vice Leader who was in a coma contacted his Zanpakuto and achieved this through the cooperation of Zanpakuto. As for why this didn't happen to those guys before, it was because those guys were too weak and didn't even reach Shirkai. Otherwise, they could have brought Sei Ito into the space of Zanpakuto to kill him when he was hypnotized. Sure enough, with a good Zanpakuto and Zanpakuto, one's spirit is a lot safer. Sei Ito whispered. After saying that, without any movement, a whirlwind suddenly appeared around him and completely blew away the smoke surrounding him. "Who are you?" The Vice Leader of the Kido walked out of the darkness with a cold face and asked in a deep voice. "Traveler's Calamity." Sei Ito looked back at the Vice Leader and smiled. "You are the Traveler's Calamity who attacked the Central Academy of Soul Magic before?" The Vice Leader was stunned. "Why can't it be the Traveler's Calamity who invaded this time?" Sei Ito asked in surprise. "Because they are not so daring." The Vice Leader sneered. "What a straightforward deduction." Sei Ito curled his lips. "Forget it, let's get rid of you first. I don't want to waste too much time on you." Then, Sei Ito looked at the Vice Leader and said with a serious face. After saying that, he didn't care about the Vice Leader's ugly face and directly stretched out his hand, and a fourth Tao Breaker, White Thunder shot towards the Vice Leader. Seeing the White Thunder, the Vice Leader's expression changed slightly and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, he chanted the Tao Breaker spell together with the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. Ito-sei ignored the other party's chant and waved his hand directly. A wave of fire flew out from his arm like a half-moon toward the deputy leader. And it wasn't just one wave, but 4 or 5, and each wave was more than 10 meters long, 2 or 3 meters wide, and about half a meter thick. The huge wave of fire directly lit up the dark space where the Vice Leader was. It was also at this time that Sei Ito saw the Vice Leader's Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. It was a Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto that looked like a Western ghost. Its whole body was black, and its upper body was still in human form. Its lower body was like a ghost, floating like smoke. Its face had no facial features, only a pair of blood-red eyes and a half-covered mouth. There was a ghost snake swimming around its body. Seeing the Zanpakuto's appearance, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and threw a few lightning bolts at it. At the same time, the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto also shot a huge beam of light at Sei Ito, swallowing the lightning bolts that flew towards it and shot straight towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed, dodging the Zanpakuto's attack, and rushed towards it. The Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto was not a melee type, so it didn't hesitate to run to the side. "Where do you think you're going?" Sei Ito sneered as he drew a seal text in the void with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal text that exuded golden light immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Zanpakuto's side almost in the blink of an eye. No matter how it dodged, it still landed on its body. "Ah!" The Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto let out a miserable howl. "Dark Ghost!" Hearing the Zanpakuto's scream, the Vice Leader shouted. Due to his chaotic state of mind, he was unable to stabilize the ghost Tao in his hand, which was about to be completed. In the end, with a boom, it turned into a turbulent flow of spiritual droplets and scattered. However, due to the backlash, the Vice Leader was directly sent flying by the shockwave formed by the exploding ghost Tao. Sei Ito ignored the ghost Tao Vice Sect leaders and hurried to the screaming Saber Soul. Using his finger as a pen and his mental energy as ink, he quickly wrote on the Saber Soul's body. Soon, several golden words appeared on the Saber Soul's body. "Ah!" As the golden light flickered, the Blade's soul let out another blood-curdling scream as it was completely enveloped by the golden light. I'm the expert when it comes to exorcism. Seito chuckled. After that, he ignored the Zanpakudo, and walked towards the vice leader. As he walked, he said, "If you don't want your Zanpakudo to die completely and you'll lose your Zanpakudo forever, give up resistance now and fulfill my request. Otherwise, I don't mind killing it completely." "What do you want?" The somewhat embarrassed vice leader stood up and asked. "All the Ghost Dao that you have mastered and the Ghost Dao information that you Ghost Dao sect leaders have, especially the information on the forbidden techniques that the previous 2 Ghost Dao sect leaders had mastered." Seito said bluntly. "Impossible." The vice leader almost instinctively refused. Seeing this, Seito did not waste any time and directly raised his hand to form a seal and activated the seal on the Zanpakudo's Zanpakudo. Amidst the sudden burst of golden light, the saber soul let out a long scream. "I can give you the Ghost Dao that I know, and I can give you the information later, but I can't do anything about the forbidden spells. The information about the spells has been sealed and sent to the Central Library. Without special permission, no one can get their hands on them," the vice leader said sincerely as if he could empathize with the saber soul's cry. "You didn't lie." In the contact of the consciousness, he could completely sense whether or not he was lying. Itose said with satisfaction, "All right, then give me the Kido that you have mastered first." "All right." The vice leader's expression changed instinctively when he heard that. However, when he thought of the sword soul that had been captured by the other party, he still agreed. Then, the vice leader walked up to Seito and stood about 3 meters away from him. He began to teach Seito about Kido. Chapter 1379. P.S. Thank you to Shuen and Night Spirit for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 9090400591, NXCX, and Halcyon for their tip. That's it. In the Zanpakudo space, the vice leader who had just finished explaining a high-level Kido said. Next. Seito, who had already memorized everything the vice leader said lightly. Regardless of whether Seito understood or not, the vice leader who was happy that Seito didn't take his words seriously didn't say anything else and continued to explain. Just like that, Seito and Bakudo intertwined, and he reached the 80th Kido. Perhaps he felt that Ito Seiji was paying attention and didn't put his guard up against him, or maybe he felt that he could do something like that. Suddenly, he pointed his palm at Ito Seiji while he was teaching the Kido. Then, he directly released a high-level Kido attack using the breaking abandonment singing prosperity technique. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space, except for the center area, where there was some light. Ugh! At this time, a muffled groan suddenly sounded, and then the vice leader covered his abdomen with his hands with a painful expression and arched his body. Seito, who suddenly appeared in front of him, smashed his right elbow down and hit the vice leader's medulla oblongata, directly knocking him to the ground. Then he stepped on the vice leader's body, stretched out his right index finger, and used his psychic energy as ink to write a rune on the vice leader's neck. The next moment, the rune emitted a bright light. The vice leader's psychic energy immediately let out a long scream. "You didn't learn to be obedient." Seito walked around to the vice leader and squatted down. Looking at the vice leader who was in pain under the suppression of the runes, Seito said softly, "It just so happens that someone came in at this time. It shouldn't be a problem for 1 or 2 vice leaders to disappear, right? What's more, it's a vice leader of the Kido sect who isn't very popular. I believe that no one will investigate this matter. Don't kill me, I beg you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything," the vice leader said with difficulty. "Are you a noble?" Seito asked disdainfully. Yes, I'm an upper-class noble," the vice leader quickly said, as if he had seen some hope. "No wonder. You nobles. Apart from the members of the Withered Moo clan and the Four Maple Courtyard clan, most of them are people like you. They're trash without any backbone, Seito snorted coldly. All right, let's continue. But if you dare to do anything else, I'll give you a warning. I will definitely turn you into a spirit seed to replenish the atmosphere. Itose straightened up and looked down at the deputy chief coldly. At the same time, with a thought, he stopped the activation of the rune seal on his body. Yes, yes. The vice clan leader, who was relieved, quickly agreed. Then, he obediently taught Seito his knowledge of the demonic Tao. But it was still the same thing. This batch of demonic Tao clan leaders' aptitudes were too poor. They had not completely mastered the demonic Tao. Even those who could become vice clan leaders had only mastered the 88th ranked Tao breaker and 79th ranked Tao binding. They had not mastered the higher ranked black coffin, thousand-handed bright sky cannon, first cremation, sky splitting, seal, second seal, and so on. Not to mention the more exaggerated large-scale seals. So, Seito quickly emptied the vice clan leader's knowledge. After confirming that the vice clan leader had not mastered any other demonic Tao, Seito stretched out his finger and pointed at the vice clan leader's chest. A surge of energy was left in the vice clan leader's spiritual body. I'll wait for you outside, Seito said lightly. After saying that, his figure disappeared, and he left the vice clan leader's Zanpakuto space and returned to Quiet Soul Society. Therefore, the Zanpakuto space also belonged to the space of consciousness. Although he stayed there for a long time, only less than 5 seconds passed in the outside world, and it still maintained the appearance of the formation he had set up before. In the next moment, the vice clan leader who had fainted woke up. The vice clan leader, who originally thought that it was just a nightmare, saw Seito standing on the side, and his expression changed. He obediently got up from the ground and stood quietly on the side. Take me to get the demonic Tao information, Seito said lightly. In addition, although you are awake now, I still left a secret method in your consciousness. As long as I want to, I can destroy your consciousness with just a thought and turn you into a living dead. So, don't play any tricks and honestly take me to get what I want. This is good for both of us. When the vice clan leader heard this, the expression on his face quickly changed a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything and turned around and walked out of the team building. On the way, it's not that the vice clan leader didn't want to take this opportunity to gather the team members to take down Seito together, but when he thought of the unknown strength of the other party and the strange means that he has mastered, he wasn't sure whether what the other party said was true or not. However, he would rather believe it than not, and his own life was the most important thing, so he suppressed the doubt in his heart and brought Seito to the demonic Tao's special data storage room and used his authority as a vice clan leader to bring him inside. Immediately, 3 wooden bookshelves filled with various scrolls and standing against the wall were reflected in Seito's eyes. It's all here, the vice clan leader said. Seito nodded and suddenly knocked the vice clan leader unconscious with a palm strike. Then, he activated the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world and transferred all the scrolls that were stored in the Rubik's Cube world, whether it was the data room that only the team leader had the right to enter or the data room that only the ordinary team members and officials had the right to enter, all into the Rubik's Cube world and stored them there. Looking at the empty room in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on Itosei's face. He didn't want to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and left the information room. He walked out of the Kido's team. It's not a good idea to keep floating around like this. Why don't I just find Shinozaki Ichigo and follow that guy to the space below where he cultivates the 10,000 solutions? Seito suddenly thought of this on the way. When he thought of this, Seito stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes to gather his spirit. He activated his spiritual sensing ability and searched for Shinozaki Ichigo's spiritual waves and mental energy, just like how the Grim Reaper, Quincy, or Sue used spirit channels to detect. Because he had interacted with Shinozaki Ichigo before and had monitored him for a long time, Seito quickly locked onto Shinozaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure. He's actually in the middle of a battle. At this time, his opponent should be Banyen. Itose, who opened his eyes again, immediately used teleportation to disappear from the spot and appeared near the place where Ichigo Shinozaki and the man suspected to be Madara were fighting. Other than Shinozaki Ichigo, there was another person wearing a Black Death Tyrant outfit. He was tall and skinny. He was bald and there was a red shadow the size of a pinky at the corner of his eyes. His expression was unrestrained and he held a wooden Sakura spear in his hand. Seito saw a guy who looked like an ancient villain. Needless to say, this person was Banyen. At this time, the two of them didn't notice that they were deliberately hiding something. They even cut off Seito's connection with the Soul Society's spirit child and focused on the battle with their opponent. Seito, who had no intention of interfering in the battle, found a place to sit down. He used the power of space to hide himself in the space barrier and watched the battle with interest. The process was basically the same as the original work. After a hard fight, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had activated the protagonist's aura, used Getsuga Tensho to defeat the hidden captain-level Bandai, who had already mastered 10,000 disintegrations, and was targeted by Bandai. After that, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had learned of the situation from Banyen, set off again and rushed towards the Repentance Palace's tower where Rukia was imprisoned. Seito, who was temporarily tracking Shinozaki Ichigo, naturally followed closely behind. However, when Shinozaki Ichigo was on his way to the Repentance Palace, Renji Ase, who had met Shinozaki Ichigo once before, appeared in his line of sight. Renji blocked Shinozaki Ichigo's path, and after a fierce conversation, another battle broke out. The result was the same. In a situation where both sides were injured, Shinozaki Ichigo won just like in the original. However, because of this, Shinozaki Ichigo, who was heavily injured, didn't walk far before he fainted completely due to a trance. He was then rescued by Hanataro Yamada, who arrived later. However, during the time when Shinozaki Ichigo fainted and was rescued by Hanataro Yamada, Seito took the opportunity to appear beside Shinozaki Ichigo. He took out a bottle of nanomachines and sprinkled it on Shinozaki Ichigo's body. Although your violent Ryatsu might be able to destroy the positioning technique of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I don't believe that it can destroy the nanomachines with a lower structure. These nanomachines are specially made with the newly mastered biotechnology. After placing the nanomachines, Seito muttered softly as he put away the empty bottle. The reason why he had to do this twice was mainly because of the Repentance Palace and the part where Yuichi of the Four Maple Court saved Shinozaki Ichigo. The Repentance Palace was to avoid being discovered by Kuchiki Byakuya and Ikemaru Jin. The part where Yuichi of the Four Maple Court saved Shinozaki Ichigo was to avoid losing him. If he wanted to track Yuichi of the Four Maple Court, who was known as the Instant God, he had to use a lot of strength. If he used a lot of strength, he would definitely be sensed by the other party. At that time, it would be easy to cause trouble. After leaving a secret mark on Shinozaki Ichigo, Seito hid again. After Yamada Hanataro rescued him, he quietly followed them and entered the underground drainage pipe of Soul Society with them. He found a quiet place to study the newly obtained Kido and the various Kido-related materials he obtained from the Kido's data storage room. After about a day, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had woken up, once again embarked on the journey to the Repentance Palace. This time, Seito did not follow him. Instead, he hid in the underground drainage pipe and studied the Kido information in his hand. He sorted out the information he had already mastered and handed it to his mother, Eriko, and others to study. During this process, Shinozaki Ichigo, who reappeared in Soul Society, still encountered the battle-maniac Zaraki Kenpachi. With the help of the protagonist Aura, he won the battle and won the favor of Zaraki Kenpachi, laying the foundation for the rescue of Rukia Kuchiki later. After that, Shinozaki Ichigo, who was treated by Yamada Hanataro, finally stepped into the range of the Repentance Palace after cultivating for about half a day. With the help of Yamada Hanataro, he saw the imprisoned Rukia Kuchiki. After a sincere conversation, Shinozaki Ichigo forcefully rescued Rukia Kuchiki from the prison of the Repentance Palace and ran out with her in his arms. Halfway through, he met Kuchiki Byakuya and Ikemaru Jin, who came to the Repentance Palace. On the grounds of righteousness, Kuchiki Byakuya asked for the right to kill his relative. But just as he was about to release his Zanpakuto to fight, Four Maple Quartz Yi suddenly appeared on the scene and wrapped Kuchiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto with a white bandage that could seal other people's Zanpakuto. He saved Shinozaki Ichigo, then carried him out of the Repentance Palace. We can finally leave this dark drainage pipe. Seito, who had detected the change of location of Shinozaki Ichigo, stood up and said. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sewer space and appeared in Soul Society. Then, in another flash, he arrived at the intersection of the underground space created by Urahara Kasuke and jumped down. In an instant, a huge space that looked like a desert at dusk appeared in front of Seito's eyes. And in the almost endless space, Four Maple Quartz Yi and Shinozaki Ichigo appeared in his sight. Four Maple Quartz Yi was taking off Shinozaki Ichigo, who had fainted, and threw the naked Shinozaki Ichigo into the hot spring at her feet, then began to take off her clothes. "Beauty, do you mind getting some soup for yourself?" Seito, who had used instant transmission to directly appear next to the hot spring, looked at Four Maple Quartz Yi, who had begun to take off her tight black clothes and revealed a pair of plump breasts. Whatever. Looking at Seito, who had suddenly appeared, Four Maple Quartz Yi's pupils shrank slightly. She completely took off her clothes without changing her expression, completely exposing her healthy chocolate-colored skin and exquisite figure to the air, and said with a carefree expression. Splash! Four Maple Quartz Yi stepped into the hot spring in front of her. I didn't expect that after not returning for a while, the secret base from back then would have a new owner. Four Maple Quartz Yi lowered her body and sat in the hot spring with healing effects, only exposing her shoulders and head above the water surface. In more than 100 years, there are always one or two lucky fellows who can find this place. Seito, who took off his clothes, smiled. Four Maple Quartz Yi slightly restrained her expression and looked up at Seito. If I remember correctly, you're the one who broke into Soul Society through little brother Byakuya's world crossing door and caused a ruckus at the Central Academy of Soul Magic and the Kitos team, right? That's right, it's me. Because he was wearing Shinozaki Ichigo, who had taken off his clothes in a few seconds, sat naked in the hot spring, and looked back at Four Maple Quartz Yi with a smile. Chapter 1380. So you killed Captain Aizen of the 5th Division? Yi narrowed her eyes and asked. Do you think that's possible? Seito asked with a smile. Since you were able to force your way into Quiet Soul Society despite being intercepted by little brother Baizai, and even caused a ruckus at the Central Spiritual Academy and the Ghost Dao's team headquarters, it is not impossible for you to kill a team leader in an exaggerated manner. Yi said with a smile. Yi, don't tell me you don't know about Aizen's situation? Let's not beat around the bush. Seito looked at Yi with disdain. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi asked curiously. I want to make a deal with you and Kasuke Urahara. Seito said seriously. Yi, who didn't expect that Itose would directly call out Kasuke Urahara's name, narrowed her eyes again, and a light quickly flashed through her eyes. What kind of deal? Yi asked. I'll help you deal with Aizen. In return, I want the third secret footwork you have, Void Cicada, and the Keto forbidden technique you have, Ling Taishu or Shoda Bo Xian. With a hua sound, Itosei lifted his right hand from the water and stretched out his index and middle fingers one after another and said solemnly, "You know a lot." Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard said casually while emitting a sense of danger. "Not too much, but I do know a lot of things that are useful to me for the time being." Itosei put his hand back into the water and chuckled. "What is your goal?" Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard asked seriously. "That's not part of the deal." Seito smiled. "But since you asked, I'll tell you. My goal is simple. I want to gather the knowledge I want. Shuanpa and Keto." Yi of the Four Maple Court quickly connected what Itosei had done in Quiet Soul Society and said with certainty, "Yes." Seito admitted with a smile. "Then you must be the one who attacked a certain Quincy in the modern realm, right?" Yi of the Four Maple Court asked casually. "Kisuke Urahara told you." Seito smiled. But since he said so, it meant that he agreed to Yi's question. "You're dangerous. I don't want to add another enemy to Soul Society before I can solve the problem of Aizen," Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard said. At the same time, it represented her answer to Itosei's request. Obviously, Yi did not agree. As expected of a great noble, even after being sentenced to that kind of punishment by Room 46, he still thinks of Soul Society and Quiet Soul Society in his heart, Itosei lamented. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to do it." Seito sighed. "Walala, then." Seito stood up from the water and walked to the shore. He used his internal energy to shake off the water on his body and put on his clothes. During this process, Yi didn't say anything. "Then I won't disturb your training of Shinozaki Ichigo. I'll take my leave first. But if you figure it out one day, you can contact me by tearing it apart." Turning around, Itosei took out a piece of white paper that looked like a poker card and threw it on Yi Shan's clothes in the Four Maple Courtyard. "Goodbye." After that, his figure disappeared. He suddenly disappeared in front of Yi's eyes. Looking at the way Itosei disappeared, Yi of the Four Maple Court couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he suddenly stood up from the hot spring and went ashore to put on his clothes. He didn't care whether this would make him uncomfortable or not. He used the Bakudo of the Keto's Bakudo, Heavenly Upright Kong Luo, to contact Kisuke Urahara, who was in the store in the main world. He told him about Itosei and asked him to make some preparations. On the other side, Itosei, who had left the underground space and reappeared on the street of Soul Society, first grabbed a patrolling Shinigami and used the old method to control him. He asked the Shinigami about the location of Central Room 46, then he threw the Shinigami aside and slowly walked towards Central Room 46. Room 46 was a department made up entirely of Soul Society's great nobles, upper nobles, and a small number of powerful middle nobles. It was the highest administrative organization of Soul Society. In terms of its nature, it was similar to the Council of Elders in the ancient Roman Empire. It had great power. Whether it was the appointment of the deputy captains of the various divisions, the promotion of nobles, or the punishment of reapers, they were responsible for everything. It could be said that except for the appointment of captains due to the current head captain's power, all the rules of Soul Society, and even Soul Society, were set by them in the absence of the Spirit King. And as the face of this organization, Room 40's Judgment Office was built at the intersection of the nobles' living area and the division's area in Soul Society. It stood alone and was protected by a powerful barrier. Seito spent about 10 minutes and finally arrived at the door of Room 46. Looking at the heavily sealed door in front of him, Itosei chuckled. He immediately took out his divine sword, Tian Songyun. Without hesitation, he slashed the door of Central Room 46 with his sword. Crack! With a soft sound, a diagonal crack appeared on the door. Ito lifted his foot and kicked the connecting part of the door to the ground. Then, he stepped into room 46 in a cloud of dust. The people in room 46 always had a troublesome habit, and that was to show off their mysteriousness. Apart from the place where they sat and where the criminals were judged, there were no large lighting tools in room 46. So, the entire space was dark. So, Ito saw the same environment in front of him now. However, compared to the clean floor of room 46, the floor of room 46 was now littered with corpses. A large amount of blood that had yet to completely coagulate flowed on the floor, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Ito slowly turned his head and began to search in the central 46th room, which basically had no obstacles. Soon, a tall man wearing a black Shinigami suit and a white feather-knitted jacket appeared in Ito's sight. He had a square face and a soft face. He had a pair of old-fashioned square black-rimmed glasses on his face. His short dark brown hair was naturally curled. At this time, he was sitting in a noble seat and looking at Ito. Aizen. Ito said softly. I didn't expect that the first person to find this room was not Captain Hifani or Captain Unohana, but you. Aizen stood up from his chair and smiled. You really are full of surprises. I'm sorry for messing up your script. Ito looked up at Aizen. No, you didn't mess up my script. It's still going according to my plan. Aizen shook his head. But I'm curious. According to my deduction, you came to Quiet Soul Society to obtain something. Why did you come here? You should know that there isn't any information about Keto here. Aizen said as he adjusted his glasses. No wonder you're an old monster that has lived for more than 100 years. You're all smart. I just did a little thing here, and you've already guessed my purpose. Ito didn't know if he was laughing at himself or at himself. That's because your goal is too obvious. First, it was the path of Keto teacher of the Central Academy, then the vice captain of the path of Keto. It's impossible not to guess that your goal is the path of Keto. But I think there's something else you want besides the path of Keto. Aizen's expression didn't change. Why do you think so? Ito asked with interest. Shallow strike. Aizen said. You're amazing. Ito praised sincerely. At the same time, he thought that no wonder Aizen was a rebel boss. He was smart. He only revealed a few clues, and Aizen already guessed the situation. Let's cooperate. You help me get what I want, and I'll help you fulfill your ambitions. Ito's expression changed, and he looked at Aizen seriously. What do you want? Aizen asked. This meant that Aizen agreed to Ito's proposal. But no one knew how sincere he was. I want the artificial skeleton technology, artificial spirit technology, temporary spirit technology, all Keto information, and forbidden technique. Ito said without hesitation. Oh, it seems like you want to get all of Soul Society's technology. Aizen chuckled. Ito shrugged and acquiesced. Okay, I can get it for you, but you have to show me some sincerity. I can't just listen to you and help you get it. Aizen said. What kind of sincerity do you want? Ito narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will let you show me your sincerity. Aizen said. Okay. Ito Seiji and Aizen looked at each other for a moment and then nodded. Then he ignored Aizen and walked to a clean chair. He closed his eyes and continued to study the Keto information he got from the Keto team. And with this research, another 3 days had passed. During this period, on the night before Ito arrived at Central Room 46, he saw Ikemaru Jin, who had short silver hair and smiled like a big fox, and Tozen Higashi, who had dark skin and a twisted whip on her head. She looked like a Brazilian. Naturally, the two of them were very concerned about Itsunari's appearance. However, the disloyal Ikemaru Jin only said a few words to Itsunari and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, the person from East Sensei didn't like Itsunari's existence. Chapter 1381. Aizen-sama, this person's origin is too strange. I suggest we eliminate him immediately to prevent him from affecting our cause. AI. The blind man, Tama-sensei, looked at Aizen and suggested. Silver, what do you think? Aizen didn't answer Higashikami's question directly. Instead, he looked at Jin, who was standing next to him with a smirk on his face. I don't have any opinion. Jin replied. Ito, what about you? Aizen turned his head and looked at Ito-sei, who was sitting on the side with a casual expression. If he has the ability, then so be it. Ito-sei glanced at Ise-sensei and sneered. Aizen-sama, please allow me to execute him. Ise-sensei immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and walked towards Ito-sei with his special sensing ability while asking Aizen for help. This time, Aizen didn't say anything. He just smiled and watched the development of the situation. Obviously, he wanted to use this opportunity to confirm the situation of Ito-seiji, who was still in a state of absolute control. He didn't know how strong Ito-seiji was. Ito-sei saw this from the corner of his eye and knew what Aizen was planning. He smiled coldly and placed his hand on the railing in front of him. He jumped to the ground and summoned Tian Songyun. Aizen's eyes flashed with interest when he saw how celestial clouds appeared. Speaking of Aizen, in addition to being a crazy ambitious man, a psychologist, a philosopher, a sophist, a politician, a strategist, a military strategist, a schemer, and a calligrapher, he was also a top scientist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recreate the Hogyoku with the information left behind by Kisuke Urahara. It's just that he wasn't interested in this area, so he didn't show it. But even so, he was still interested in exploring the unknown. Our cause can't have any dangerous elements, Tama-sensei said. Ao. Ching Chong. Tama-sensei chanted his Zanpakuto's liberation language. However, from this, it could be seen that although Ise Sengoku felt uneasy about Ito-sei's existence, he still valued him in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the shuriken without saying anything. Amidst Oriental Sensei's chanting, Zanpakuto Oriental Sensei's Zanpakuto changed a little. The reason why it changed a little is because other than a few more finger rings that seemed to be used for aesthetic purposes, the entire blade did not change at all. It was not like Keiki Byakuya, Renji-ase, or Jijiao Banmu, which directly changed shape. Ise-sensei inserted his thumb into the extra finger ring on the edge of the Zanpakuto and shook his arm to turn the Zanpakuto. An invisible and inaudible shock wave instantly spread out from Ise-sensei's Zanpakuto and hit Ito-seiji. Seito knew everything about Tama-sensei from the original manga. He knew that Tama-sensei was using something similar to an ultrasonic attack. He chanted in a low voice. Outer path of destruction. Celestial clouds. Hearing Seito's chant, Aizen and Jin both looked at Seito's Zanpakuto. But to their disappointment, Zanpakuto was still Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. It wasn't even as good as Tama-sensei's Zanpakuto, but they knew that the Zanpakuto's power was more important than its appearance, so they didn't pay much attention to it and continued to watch. At this time, Ito-sei, who had finished chanting, waved his arm and slashed forward as if he was waving a sword. Tama-sensei's Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto disappeared in front of Seito. It didn't do any damage to him. A devouring attack. Aizen guessed. As soon as Aizen thought about it, Seito's attack dispelled his guess. Seito waved his hand again, and the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto reappeared in the empty room 46 and rushed towards Tama-sensei. As the user of this attack, Tama-sensei could tell that the attack was coming. He kept spinning his Zanpakuto and continued to send out Zanpakuto to meet the reflected Zanpakuto. Itomori took the opportunity to move and arrived in front of Dong Xianyao. He slashed his sword from the bottom to the top towards Dong Xianyao. Although Dong Xianyao was blind, his heart was clear. When he felt the attack coming, he grabbed the spinning Zanpakuto and slashed at Tian Tsongyun with the inertia of the Zanpakuto. Dang! A crisp sound immediately reverberated. Seito ignored the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto and pointed his left hand at Tama Sensei's forehead. A ball of blue light the size of a ping-pong ball was condensed at the tip of his finger. Breaking down number 4 white lightning. Tama Sensei sensed danger and immediately bent his body. The tip of his nose brushed against the edge of the white lightning and dodged the attack. Sparks flew out of Tama Sensei's Zanpakuto, and Seito's celestial clouds collided. The celestial clouds brushed against Tama Sensei's Zanpakuto. When Seito's arm was twisted to a certain extent, he suddenly let go of his right hand and grabbed the handle of his Zanpakuto with his left hand. He skillfully avoided Tama Sensei's Zanpakuto and slashed towards Tama Sensei's chest. PFFF. Blood spurted out of Tama Sensei's chest as he couldn't dodge in time. At this time, East Sage was also unyielding. Without saying anything, she directly shook her hand and threw a disc-shaped flame at Itose. Breaking down number 54 a waste flame. Itose, who didn't want to expose his psychokinesis, quickly flew backward and avoided the burning of waste flame by a hair's breadth. Stop! Aizen's voice sounded just as Seito was about to attack again. Seito frowned and looked at Aizen with dissatisfaction, but he still stopped attacking and put away his celestial clouds. Tama Sensei also stopped attacking and put his Zanpakuto back into its scabbard. He covered his chest and retreated to the side. Aizen-sama, this person is dangerous. I still insist on my opinion. Tama Sensei insisted. It doesn't matter. I believe that Ito won't betray me. Aizen looked deeply at Seito and smiled. And I believe that he will give you a reason to trust him. Itose curled his lips when he heard this, and he snorted softly. You two go back and wait for the time to come. Aizen, who didn't care about Itose's reaction, turned to Jin, who was acting as if nothing had happened. Yes. East Sensei and Ikamaru Jin replied in unison. Then, they walked past Itose one after another and disappeared from room 46. Ito, that black Zanpakuto was your Zanpakuto? Aizen suddenly asked when only Seito and Aizen were left in the room. Yes. Itose was happy that Aizen had confused him. Your Zanpakuto was taken out in a strange way. I have never seen a Zanpakuto that can be hidden so easily, Aizen said as he pushed his glasses up. My Zanpakuto was taken out in a normal state. That's how it was hidden. Seito answered casually. So that's how it is, Aizen said. Then, he didn't ask any more questions. He walked to the side and found a clean chair to sit on. He took out a book from somewhere and lowered his head to read it quietly. Itose chuckled and walked to the side to find a place to sit down. He closed his eyes and studied the Keto information in his hand. Today was the third day Itose and Aizen had been hiding in room 46. In the morning, there were light but somewhat hesitant footsteps. A cute female Shinigami with a height of 1.6 meters was led by Ikamaru Jin into room 46. Her hair was tied up in a white cloth bag, and her hair was tied up into a ball behind her head. Captain Aizen. Seeing Aizen in the 46th room, the person shouted excitedly. This person was none other than the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo. Long time no see, Hinamori. Aizen said gently. Is it really? Captain Aizen? Aren't you dead? Hinamori whispered in disbelief. Don't worry, I'm alive. Aizen smiled. Captain Aizen. Captain Aizen, I. Hinamori was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She walked in front of Aizen and grabbed his Haori. I'm sorry I made you worry. Aizen rubbed her head and comforted her. Whoa! Hinamori felt Aizen's fake gentleness again and started crying. Seeing this, Itose couldn't help but curl his lip. Although he wasn't a good person, he had never cheated a woman's feelings like this before. He was responsible for every woman he met, but he wasn't interested in caring about Hinamori, who was already poisoned by Aizen. After all, she had someone to take care of. He turned his head to the side and didn't look at Aizen and Hinamori, who was crying because of his teasing. "You've become thinner," Aizen said softly as he hugged Hinamori's back. "I'm really sorry, I didn't think I would hurt you so deeply. But please believe me, you're the only one left. There's something I have to do, so I had to hide myself. That's why I pretended to be dead." "It doesn't matter." Hinamori shook her head. "I don't care. As long as you're alive, I don't care about anything." "Thank you, Hinamori. It's great to have you as my subordinate," Aizen said softly. "Rs." Chapter 1382. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and 9090405914 for your tip. "Thank you, Hinamori, thank you so much." Aizen hugged Hinamori's body and closed his eyes. "Goodbye." But in the next second, a bloody blade pierced through Hinamori's back. Hinamori's eyes widened as she looked at Aizen with shock and disbelief. Then she looked down at her chest, at the hand holding the katana that was stained with her blood. That hand was so familiar, and it made her yearn for it. Whenever this hand touched her, she would feel a warm feeling in her heart. Sometimes, she even wished that this hand would always touch her. "No, no way." Hinamori raised her head again, and her voice was trembling with disbelief. However, at this time, what greeted her was no longer the gentle smile from before. Instead, it was a completely expressionless face that stared coldly at her, as if he had done something insignificant. Puff! Aizen didn't hesitate to pull the sword out of Hinamori's body. A large amount of blood gushed out of her body and splashed on the ground. Plop! Hinamori's weak body fell heavily on the ground. "Let's go, Jin, Seito," Aizen said as he swung his katana to get rid of the blood on it and put it back into its scabbard. He turned around and walked away. "Yes, Captain Aizen." Jin, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, stood up and said. Then he and Seito jumped down from the chair and followed Aizen out of the Central 46 room. But Jin and Seito couldn't see Aizen's face. He had a sinister and cold smile on his face. Tap, 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 tap. The three of them walked out of the Central 46 courtroom and came to the general outer court. At this time, a short man with soft silver hair, wearing a white captain's feather, carrying a zanpakuto as tall as a person and short silvery hair, walked out of the Central 46 courtroom. His face was delicate. The Grim Reaper, who looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy, appeared in front of the few people. "Ikemaru." The man stopped and looked at Aizen, Jin, and Seito with a shocked expression. "Hi, Hifanu." Aizen raised his hand and greeted him with a fake smile on his face. "Aizen." Hifanu called out Aizen's name with a trembling voice. "What's going on? Is it really Aizen?" Hifanu asked in disbelief. "Of course. You saw it. In any case, you came back earlier than I expected." Aizen smiled as he raised his hands in front of him. "I'm sorry. It seems that Izuru didn't delay long enough." Jin said. What are you talking about?" At this time, Hifanu was confused. He couldn't understand the conversation between Aizen and Jin. "What are you talking about? This is a tactic. Isn't it a tactic to scatter the enemy's strength?" Aizen said. "You mean the enemy?" Hifanu was stunned. His expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Hinamori?" "Where?" Aizen repeated in a light tone. "You!" Hifanu roared. Feeling uneasy, Hifani didn't waste any more time and directly teleported through the gap between Aizen, Jin, and Itosei. When he entered the room, he saw Hinamori lying in a pool of blood. "Hinamori!" Hifanu called out in shock. What a pity, he found out. Ikemaru Jin's tone sounded as if he was gloating. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I should have cut him to pieces. At least, I shouldn't have let you find out. Aizen turned around and looked at Hifanu, who was standing next to Hinamori. He pretended to be embarrassed, but he was actually trying to provoke him. What's going on, Aizen, Ikamaru? His tone was calm, but no matter who was present, they could clearly feel the boiling anger in his heart at this moment. When did you start working together? From the very beginning, Aizen answered straightforwardly. Before you pretended to be dead, Aizen? Hifanu asked. Why don't you understand? I mean from the beginning, Aizen said calmly. When I became the captain, I didn't want anyone else to be the vice-captain. So, until now, not only Hinamori, but I, your subordinates, and the other Shinigami have all been deceived by you? Hifanu turned around and asked Aizen. Actually, I don't want to lie, but none of you can understand my true self. Aizen's voice was filled with loneliness. You mean we can't understand you? You should know that Hinamori worships you. She joined the Godii 13 because she worshipped you. She worked very hard to help you. It wasn't easy for her to become a vice-captain. Hifani turned around to face Aizen and said bitterly. Of course I know. Nothing is easier to manipulate than someone who worships you. That's why I recommended her to be my subordinate, Aizen said. Then, as if he remembered something, he continued. Now is a good opportunity. You must remember, Hifanu, worship is the furthest thing from understanding. This sentence was like a fatal blow that completely lured out the killing intent that had been suppressed by Hifanu. Hifanu raised his hand and held the hilt of the Hyarinru on his back. He gathered his Ryatsu and slashed towards Aizen, Jin, and Seito. He didn't know who Aizen was, but he knew that Aizen wasn't a good person. Aizen, Jin, and Ito-sei jumped to the side to avoid the ice Ryatsu. Boom! A loud sound immediately reverberated through the silent central 46 room. A large number of shattered slaughter stones fell to the ground with a crashing sound, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Infinite worlds. Hifanu's voice sounded again. In an instant, a huge amount of Ryatsu and cold energy erupted from the dust. Then, his back and shoulders were covered by a pair of ice crystal dragon wings. There was also an ice crystal dragon tail on his tailbone. There was one large and two small ice crystals above his head. His right hand and the hilt of his Zanpakuto were completely wrapped in ice. Hifanu appeared in front of Seito. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Aizen, I'm going to kill you now, Hifanu said coldly. Don't be too strong. You'll look weaker, Aizen said with a dangerous smile. Hifanu ignored Aizen's words. He rushed towards Aizen with Shuinpa. At this moment, Ito-sei on the side couldn't help but frown slightly. It turned out that at the moment when Hifanu rushed forward, Seito felt a sense of space distortion from his soul. Puff! The next moment there was a muffled sound. Hifanu appeared behind Aizen with a look of disbelief on his face. He maintained his charging posture and stared blankly ahead. Still flower, moon. Itosei muttered to himself as he mobilized all the powers in his body, including spiritual power, willpower, perfect force, divinity, and so on to restore his soul vision to normal. He also burned away the layer of inexplicable power that covered his soul with spiritual flame. As expected of the ability from the Grim Reaper's Soul Slasher. As I guessed before, it's a hypnotic ability that directly acts on the soul, and it's activated so silently that it doesn't need the liberation language to activate it at all. Obviously, the so-called shatter, mirage should have other effects. If we infer according to the original, it should be a step of the hypnotic ritual, not the so-called activation condition. No, Hifanu said as Aizen wiped the blood off his sword. His voice was full of disbelief. While Hifanu was speaking, the ice crystals and icicles formed by his 10,000 disintegrations immediately shattered due to the instability of his spiritual pressure. They fell to the ground one after another, making muffled sounds. The scenery is good, Aizen said happily. Although it's not the season yet, it's good to see the ice. Let's go, Silver Ito. You really are here, Captain Aizen. Just as Aizen's voice fell, a gentle voice sounded in the quiet room. Then a short woman with a good figure appeared. She was wearing a white captain's haori. Her face was soft and beautiful. She looked like a lady next door. She had long black hair that reached her waist like a scarf. It was braided in front of her chest. She was taller than most Japanese men. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. Her figure was curvy and she looked a little weak. She had a short lavender hair. She looked like a woman from next door. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. She was taller than most Japanese men. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. Her figure was curvy and she looked a little weak. She had a short lavender hair. No, I shouldn't call you a captain anymore. Traitorous sinner Hugh Yusuke Aizen. Hello, Captain Unohana. Aizen was still smiling. I thought you would be here soon. You guessed it so quickly. In Quiet Soul Plaza, the only place where no one is allowed to enter is the Quiet Tower Grove. Since you spent so much effort to make a corpse doll and hid it, you would of course come to the safest and most difficult to find place in Quiet Soul Plaza. Unowa said softly. It's a pity. Your judgment is good, but there are two things you're wrong about. First of all, I didn't come here to avoid you. The other one is… Aizen pointed his Zanpakuto at the ground and said loudly, it's not a corpse doll. In the eyes of Unohana Retsu Isane Toru, and even Jin Ikemaru, Aizen wasn't holding his Zanpakuto. Instead, he was holding the fake corpse that he used to trick everyone in Soul Society. At this moment, Ito-sei, who had been keeping a close watch on his soul since the beginning, once again discovered that the strange energy that had been burned away by the spiritual fire was appearing around his soul in a very strange way, entangling his soul. Seeing this, Ito Seinari didn't talk nonsense. He once again stirred up the spiritual fire and rushed straight up, burning away the strange power that entangled him. What, when? Unohana and Kazuto's expression changed. When? I've been holding it since the beginning. I just didn't want you to see it, Aizen said with a dark look. What's going on? Kazuto was shocked. You'll know soon. I'm going to put it away. Disappear, Mirror Moon, Aizen said softly. After he said that, the Zanpakuto in his hand trembled and calmed down. But in the eyes of Unohana Retsu and Kazuto, the corpse in Aizen's hand became his Zanpakuto. At the same time, Ito-sei also felt that when Aizen spoke, the strange energy that invaded his body stopped. It seems that the so-called liberation language is a signal to start and stop the hypnosis ability. As for when the hypnosis starts, it's up to Aizen himself. As long as he wants to, he can do it at any time. Ito-sei guessed. This is my Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. Its ability is complete hypnosis, Aizen said as he let go of the Zanpakuto. No way, Kazuto Toru said with a trembling voice. That's because Kyoka Suigetsu is a Zanpakuto. It uses the reflection of fog and water to confuse the enemy and make them fight each other. Didn't Captain Aizen say that? Didn't we, the vice-captain, see it with our own eyes? So that's how it is. It's a hypnosis ritual, right? Unohana said. Good answer. Full hypnosis is to control 5 senses. It can make a person's posture, body, mass, touch, and smell mistake them for an enemy. In other words, it can turn a fly into a dragon and a swamp into an enemy. Aizen took out Kyoka Suigetsu and put it back into its scabbard. He then led Ito-sei and Ikemaru Jin to the central room 46 door behind Unohana Retsu and Toru Yuko. The condition to activate it is to let the enemy see the moment Kyoka is released. In other words, as long as someone sees it once, they will be hypnotized. After that, whenever I release Kyoka, they will be hypnotized. Chapter 1383. Just once. Unohana's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Aizen in shock. You seem to have noticed, Aizen said. That's right. Once you see it, you'll be hypnotized. People who can't see can't be hypnotized. In other words, Tosensei was my subordinate from the beginning. Jin stretched out his left hand, and a thin white bandage shot out from his sleeve and surrounded Aizen, Seito, and Jin. Thousand reversal white snake. It was a technique that made the bandage move around the user and the opponent. In the end, I have to compliment you. Even though you were the one who touched my corpse the longest, you were still able to sense that something was wrong with it, Aizen said as he looked at Unohana Retsu through the gaps between the fluttering white cloth. Captain Unohana, goodbye. I won't see you again. After saying that, the white cloth that had been wrapped around his body suddenly tightened. Then, in a burst of light, he disappeared in front of Unohana Retsu and Dyson Hush. The next moment, the bandage dispersed and a new environment appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The dry rocky ground, the huge scaffolding in the distance that looked like an incomplete guillotine, the blue sky on both sides, the vast forest below the sky, and the buildings built near the forest, all indicated that this was the execution ground of the Grim Reaper's world, Bipolar Hill. In front of Seito's group was Tosensei, who was wearing a sleeveless Shinigami costume. The red-haired Rinjiazai was holding Rukia, who was wearing a white bathrobe like prison clothes, kneeling there. Welcome, Asanai. Aizen smiled. Leave Rukia here and go. Captain Aizen? Renji was shocked and then he asked loudly, Why are you still alive? No, the point is, how can you? That's strange. You should have heard me. I don't know what to do with you. Don't ask me again. Aizen said helplessly. I told you to put Rukia down and get out of my sight. Don't worry, Asanai. The sudden change in attitude shocked Renjiase. But at this moment, a wave of Ryatsu spread out. Ito Chengdu, who was already familiar with some parts of the Kido, didn't need to read the original work to understand that this was Toru Braveheart using the heavenly piercing sky net to report the situation to all the vice-captains and above in Quiet Soul Society. I don't want to, Captain Aizen. Renji said. What? Aizen asked again as if he didn't hear clearly. I said. I don't want to, Captain Aizen. Renji repeated firmly. Is that so? Aizen said softly. At the same time, Ikamaru Jin on the side raised his hand and held the Zanpakuto at his waist, ready to immediately draw his sword and kill. Jin. Aizen raised his hand and stopped Ikamaru Jin as he walked towards Renji. He said with some regret, You really like to show off, Asanjing. Since you don't want to put Rukia down and leave by yourself, then don't blame us. I'll be considerate of your feelings. Then you can just hold on to Rukia the rotten tree. I'll make sure you leave your hands behind before you leave. After that, Aizen slowly took out his Kyoka Suigetsu and slashed at Renji. Asanjing, who was sweating profusely, was shocked. He instinctively jumped back to avoid the attack. However, his right arm, which was holding the knife, was already dripping with blood, and his sleeve was torn. After that, Aizen, who wanted to have some fun, used his usual gentle tone to say scary things that Quan Ran wouldn't say in the past while seriously injuring Renji until Shinozaki Ichigo, who was in his 10,000 disintegration state, suddenly appeared. Hey you! Where did you come from? Shinozaki Ichigo, who had retreated to Renji Ase's side, saw Ito Sei's familiar face and pointed at him. It's just that the memory of that meeting was too long ago, and they didn't meet again after that, so he couldn't remember who Itsunari was for a long time. Do you know each other? Aizen asked with interest. We met once. Ito replied casually. Idiot Ichigo, that guy is the one who bumped into you in the modern world. He's very strong and forced his way through my big brother Yuki Baya's interception into the Soul Society to discover the misfortune of your arrival. Although Ito-sei didn't want to talk about the details, Rukia didn't hide anything and directly said it. So you are from the modern world. I thought you were a local wandering soul, Aizen said softly as he looked at Seito. Seito didn't say anything and continued to look at the scenery in front of him. After a funny conversation, Shinozaki Ichigo and Renji went back into battle mode. Then Renji touched the ground with his Zanpakuto, which was still in the Shurikai state, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, Snake-tail Maru. Baboon bite." As soon as he finished speaking, Renji released his Ryatsu. The broken pieces of the snake-tail Maru floated up from the ground and were wrapped in Renji's Ryatsu. They turned into darts and shot towards Aizen, Ito-sei, Jin, and Higashi-sensei. For this kind of attack, they didn't care about admiring it at all. They just casually attacked, moved slightly, or touched it with their swords, and neutralized Eisai Renji's attack. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed towards Aizen with the help of the explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lan Ran raised her left index finger and wrapped it with highly compressed Ryatsu, creating a steel-like effect that blocked Shinozaki Ichigo's blade. Then, she bent her fingers and slashed Shinozaki Ichigo's body. "Oh, I thought you were going to cut below the waist. You are too naive," Aizen said softly. Plop! Shinozaki Ichigo's body fell to the ground. Then, Aizen's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind Renji. He slashed Renji's shoulder, making him fall to the ground. "Come, stand up, Rukia the Deadwood." Aizen ignored Kurosaki Ichigo and Renji and walked towards Rukia, who was too scared to move. He grabbed the collar around her neck and lifted her up. "Hee, I got it. Feeling my spiritual pressure, your entire body has become weak and powerless, isn't it? Don't be like this, there is nothing to be afraid of. If you can walk on your own, it will be easier for me." Huff, 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 huff. Shinozaki Ichigo struggled to get up. "Poor thing. You still have consciousness. Your life is not equal to your strength. It is a flaw. But I advise you not to push yourself too hard. At present, your spine is at most in a connected state. No matter how hard you try to get up, it will be futile. This is not spiritual theory, it is structurally impossible to achieve." Aizen turned to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Isn't this good? You've done your best. Now just lie there, your mission is over." "Mission?" Shinozaki Ichigo asked. "Yes," Aizen replied softly. Then he explained everything that happened since they arrived and why Kisuke Urahara sent them here. In addition, Aizen also told Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia about the Hogyoku. He didn't know if it was because he wanted to confide in them or if it was for some other reason. "Aizen!" A sudden shout interrupted Aizen. Then a burly, 2-meter-tall captain with a wolf-like head appeared on top of the bipolar hill. This person was none other than Seizen of the 7th Division. "I haven't seen you for a while. What happened to you that made you show your true face?" "Tamamura," Aizen asked while holding the large Zanpakuto in his hand. "Why are you still smiling, Aizen?" Seizen shouted angrily. "Your betrayal deceived us all. I will never forgive you." With that, he slashed at Aizen. Aizen's body flashed, and Higashikami appeared next to him. He was ready to let these two old friends fight to the death. "Ito, it's about time. You should go prepare," Aizen said to Seito. "I know," Ito-sei said lightly, then turned and walked to the side, launched flying scythe kick and disappeared from Jin's side, leaving Bipolar Hill and rushing back to Quiet Soul Society below. Aizen's mission was simple. He was to destroy Soul Society when he needed it, just like the third gate guard who was brainwashed by Aizen in the manga. In return, Aizen gave Ito-sei all the information on Kido except for the forbidden jutsu, as well as a portion of the artificial skeleton creation technology. As for the forbidden jutsu, fake spirit technology, and temporary soul technology, he promised to give it to him after this mission. Of course, all of this had been discussed during the 3 days he had been hiding in the central 46th room. I wonder if that guy will really do as he said, and use the reverse membrane to take me away after everything is over. However, I have a feeling that he won't. It seems like I'll have to use the Gate of Ghosts to travel to Hueco Mundo after everything is over, Ito-sei thought to himself as he moved towards Quiet Soul Society. Not long after Seito arrived at Soul Society, a dozen Ryatsu of varying sizes appeared on top of the bipolar hill. The weakest one was a vice-captain. Chapter 1384. It's time to make a move. Otherwise, I won't be able to muddle through. Seito summoned the divine blade celestial clouds and sighed. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A huge crescent-shaped blade light immediately shot out from his hand and bombarded the Quiet Soul Society building in front of him. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated in the sky above Quiet Soul Plaza, attracting the attention of the Reapers gathered on Bipolar Hill. An unfamiliar spiritual pressure. Who is it? The captains all thought to themselves. It's Traveler's Calamity, Kuchiki Baya, who had fought Seito before, said softly. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Shinozaki Ichigo. After all, he was the only pure Traveler's Calamity with such destructive power. Are you talking about the Traveler's Calamity that broke in a few days ago? The Four Maple Court's Yi, who had been in contact with Seito, frowned. Hearing this, the other captains and vice-captains all thought of another Traveler's Calamity that had caused a lot of trouble in Soul Society. However, before they could finish their thoughts, a few more dull bangs were heard, attracting their attention. At the Quiet Soul Court buildings below the Bipolar Hill, 3 male Grim Reapers dressed differently, but all of them were massive and looked like the legendary Titan gods. They broke into the place and destroyed the surrounding buildings with every step they took. They were none other than the West Gate Guardian, who was attacked by Shinozaki Ichigo and saved by Oraheim Inoue. East Clear Stream Sect Guardian. North Gate Guardian. North Gate Guardian. Duazamura Guardian and South Gate Guardian. Biju Guardian. No way. You even bribed them? Four Maple Court's Yi was shocked. What should we do? No matter how strong you are, you can't control me and deal with them at the same time, Aizen said calmly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just when Yi Aichi of the Four Maple Court was in a dilemma, a loud roar came from a distance. Then, the West Gate Guardian, Black Pill Shop, and Shiba Kutsuru, who was wearing a red and white sleeveless clothing similar to my Shiranui's, revealed a pair of long legs and a single arm. His chest was half exposed, and his right arm and head were wrapped in bandages. He looked somewhat similar to Kurosaki Ichigo and Arisawa Ryuki. His overall appearance was somewhat sloppy and masculine. Sky Crane, Yi of the Four Maple Court exclaimed in surprise. Yo. Yi, I'm really bored, so I took a walk and came here to take a look. Shiba Kazuru turned to look at Yi and said, Okay, let's go, Black Elixir Workshop. Then, Shiba Kongha looked away and said to Black Elixir Workshop. Yes, Black Pill Workshop replied in a deep voice. Then, Black Pill Workshop launched an attack on the other 3 gate. Meanwhile, Shiba Kongha, who was squatting on his shoulder, also began to chant the Kido incantation. Bone beasts scattered everywhere. Spires, red crystals, steel wheels. The wind is the wind and the sky is the calm. The sound of spears hitting each other resounded throughout Void City. Thunder roar cannon. Boom. In the midst of the explosion of Ryatsu, a loud noise and a dazzling white light appeared in the sky above Silent Soul Society. Boom. The Gate Guardian that took the direct hit of the 63rd Kido directly tilted its head and fell to the ground, smashing a dozen buildings and fainting. Black Elixir Workshop, I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. I'll deal with the other guy. Shiba Kongha said. Understood. Black Elixir Workshop, who was fighting against the remaining 2 gates, responded. After receiving the answer, Shiba Kongha didn't hesitate and used Shuanpa to jump down from Black Elixir Workshop's shoulder, appearing on the roof of a relatively intact building, and then continued to use Shuanpa to rush to the place where Sei Ito was wreaking havoc. Speaking of which, as a member of the former 5th Great Noble Clan, since childhood, Shiba Kongha had been friends with Yi Ichi of the Four Maple Court, and he received a lot of benefits from Yi Ichi, including the special Shuanpa technique. Therefore, Shiba Kongha's Shuanpa was very fast, and in just a few flashes, he appeared near Sei Ito. Thunder Roar Cannon. As soon as he made his move, Shiba Kongha released a mid-high level Kido. Sei Ito's figure flashed and dodged the direct hit of Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom! The Thunder Roar Cannon missed its target and hit the already dilapidated building. With a loud bang, it became even more dilapidated. Sei Ito's figure flashed again, and he appeared in front of Shiba Kongha. He thought to put away celestial clouds, and he punched Shiba Kongha's arm. As someone who had been tortured by Sei Ito of the Four Maple Court since childhood, Shiba Kongha's fighting skills were naturally not weak. She immediately turned her arm around and kicked at Sei Ito's abdomen. After failing to catch Shiba Kongha, Sei Ito directly pressed his palm down on Shiba Kongha's long white legs, and his right foot entered Shiba Kongha's right arm, which was exposed because she didn't have a right arm to block it, and he squeezed his body into her chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shiba Kongha's body quickly fell backward. Then Sei Ito turned around, reached out his arm, and grabbed Shiba Kongha's hand, which was instinctively clawing around, and pulled her body back up. At the same time, he pushed his right hand forward, and the bottom of his palm hit Shiba Kongha's chin. Shiba Kongha's teeth clattered together, and she instantly felt dizzy, unable to perceive the outside world. Binding chains. Itose, who had successfully stunned Shiba Kutsuru with a palm strike, released the Kido Bakudo No. 63 of binding chains that he had recently mastered. In an instant, a pitch-black chain as thick as an adult's arm flew out of the void, and like a snake, it wrapped around Shiba Kukuru's body, tightly tying him up. Bang! The bound Shiba Kukuru fell heavily to the ground. Phew, I can be lazy for a while. Sei Ito turned around and looked at Bipolar Hill. It's over. On Bipolar Hill, Four Maple Court's captain grabbed Aizen's left hand to prevent him from pulling out his Zanpakuto, and wrapped Kyoka Suigetsu with a special bandage made by the Four Maple Court that could temporarily block other people's Zanpakuto. But to the surprise of all the captains, Aizen's face once again showed a smile. What's wrong? What's so funny, Aizen? Four Maple Court's captain asked. I'm sorry, time's up. Aizen explained. Hearing this, Four Maple Court's captain's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and shouted at Soi Fan, who was holding Aizen's other arm. Soi Fan, leave now. Soi Fan didn't understand why Yi wanted her to leave, but she was used to following his orders. She didn't hesitate and immediately left with Yi. A second after they left, a square light pillar suddenly shot down from the sky and wrapped around Aizen's body. Ikamaru Jin and East Sendo also received the same treatment. Sure enough, this guy didn't plan to take me there. Sei Ito looked at the sky and sneered. What's wrong, did Aizen abandon you? Shiba Kizuru, who just came back to her senses and heard Sei Ito's words, sneered. Yes, but it doesn't matter, I'll find him again, anyway, he can't go back on what he promised me. Itose turned his head and looked at Shiba Kizuru, who was chained and lying on the ground on her side. While the two of them were talking, 4 gigantic fingers abruptly reached out from the sky of Quiet Soul Society, tearing the sky apart as if it was being ripped apart, revealing the pitch-black space behind it. A large number of gigantic monsters with long noses and white bone masks on their faces poked out from the pitch-black space. Void! Shiba Kizuru was shocked. At the same time, the ground beneath Aizen, Jin, and Higashi Senji, who were enveloped by the anti-desert light, suddenly rose into the air and flew towards the black cavity in the sky. East Sendo! Sajin, who was covered in blood, shouted. Come down, East Sendo! I don't understand. Why did you become a Shinigami? Isn't it for your dead friends? Isn't it for justice? Where did your justice go? I've said it before. The only thing in my eyes is a path without blood. East Sendo said. Justice is always there. The path I'm taking is justice. East Sendo! Sajin, who still couldn't accept it, shouted. You actually joined hands with Great Void? Why? The captain of the 13th Division, Jushur Yucatake, who had white hair and a pale face, asked Aizen, who was floating in the air. To pursue a higher realm. Aizen replied. Have you fallen, Aizen? Yucatake said. From the beginning, there was no one in the sky, not you, not me, not even God. Aizen raised his hand and took off the black-rimmed glasses on his face. He gently crushed them with his 2 fingers. Then he combed his hair with both hands and said, But the unbearable gap in the throne of the heavens is about to end. From now on I will rule the heavens. When he said this, Aizen, who had changed his appearance, exuded an indescribable charm. Goodbye, Grim Reaper and the young man in the calamity. See you again. Aizen, who had floated to the entrance of the dark space, turned around and said, From a human's point of view, you are indeed interesting. After saying that, he disappeared into the black tunnel that was quickly closing up. I'm also running away. Otherwise, I'll be hunted down by the entire Soul Society. Ito said softly. Oh, by the way, if you want to heal your broken arm one day, just look for Yi and contact me. The price is discounted. Ito, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something. He smiled and said to Shiba Kazuru, who was lying on the ground. Then he used teleport and disappeared from Shiba Kazuru's sight. Chapter 1385. P.S. Thanks to Zhang Xiaozhong, Doom **M, Halcyon, where the soul goes, always late, and Elknescalen for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tip. Creak, 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 creak. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, a large crack instantly spread in the air of this endless desert world. Then, the center of the crack opened to both sides, revealing the pitch-black space behind it. A figure then walked out of the black space and jumped onto the sand below. This person was none other than Ito. After Aizen's defection, Ito stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for half a month. He found information about the realm-breaking instrument from the Keto materials he obtained and practiced it smoothly. At the same time, he avoided the pursuit of the 13 guardians of Soul Society who had restored order. Then today, he used the breaking realm instrument in a barren mountain in the drifting Soul Street to open the dark space, and came to Hueco Mundo. Ito, who stood up, looked back at the sky that had already recovered. He withdrew his gaze, casually chose a direction and walked out. Anyway, for Hueco Mundo, which was boundless and had either yellow sand or weathered land, it was the same no matter which direction he chose. At most, it was the distance to Las Noches Palace. Ito walked like this for 3 days, but he didn't even see a shadow of a hollow, let alone Nero, who loved to run around Hueco Mundo. I really don't have the life of a protagonist. Shinozaki Ichigo came less than half a day ago. I met Nilu, that little lowly big sister who could carry, assist, and save people. I've been walking for 3 days, but I haven't even seen a single voidling. It's really... Ito shook his head and said self-deprecatingly. Then he stopped and took out an iron plate. He used his mental power to inscribe the spatial positioning spell of the Flying Thunder God technique on it and threw it into the desert. Then he used the earth shield to transform into smoke and disappeared from the sand. He dived into the deepest part of the sand without stopping. After diving for an unknown amount of time, Ito Seiji felt that the environment around him had changed, and he appeared under the sky again. The great hollow forest. Ito-sei, who had reassembled his body, looked at the huge forest that appeared under his feet and said with a smile, "That's right. It was the great hollow forest. In Hueco Mundo, as long as you didn't fear death and dived underground, it wouldn't take long to break through the barrier and move to the top of the great hollow forest. This could be said to be Hueco Mundo's unique way of finding a path." Ito-sei's body leaped and rushed down towards the great void forest. However, just as he was about to touch the trees of the great void forest, it suddenly stopped. With a thought, Ito released his powerful mental power. In an instant, a huge mental pressure that was very similar to spiritual pressure enveloped half of the great hollow forest, causing the negative spiritual particles in the surroundings to explode. Ayo! In the next second, a few high-pitched noises sounded from the great hollow forest. Hearing the howls of the great hollow forest, Ito smiled and took out the godly blade celestial clouds. He used psychokinesis to cover his body and rushed in the direction of the noises. Soon, a pitch-black great hollow that looked like a huge puppet wrapped in black cloth appeared in front of Ito. As he flew closer, the great hollow forest also discovered Ito's existence. It turned its head and opened its mouth. A ball of light quickly gathered in its mouth. It was the great hollow forest's ultimate move. At the same time, it was the great hollow forest's only offensive move, Void Flash. Whoosh! As its only offensive move, the great hollow forest's Void Flash was not very slow. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a thick beam of light shot out from the great hollow forest and headed straight for Ito. Seeing this, Ito waved the celestial clouds in his hand. The Void Flash that was about to hit him was everything. The Void Flash that was heading straight for him instantly surged into the blade of the celestial clouds. Outer path of destruction. Then, Ito waved his arm again. The Void Flash that had just disappeared appeared again and shot towards the great hollow forest's head. Greater voids, as the name implied, were especially large void. Due to their large bodies, their movement speed was several times slower than smaller voids, so they were like targets that could not be dodged when shot back by Void Flash. Their mask was instantly struck by the Void Flash, and their entire head was blasted apart. After killing the Great Hollow, Ito did not even look at the Great Hollow Forest that was beginning to spiritualize. He continued to charge towards the other Great Hollow Forest. His goal was very simple. It was to force out the Great Hollow Forest's possible intelligent Achuka's level hollows and ask them about the path to the Void Night Sky. Of course, if he could lure out the Death God hidden in the Great Hollow, Asido, it would be the same. After all, compared to the Achuka's hollows, the Death God Asido was much easier to get along with. With this plan in mind, Ito did not care about anything else and started killing in the Great Hollow Forest. Who was Ito? He had many tricks up his sleeves and was at the top of the Death God's world. Killing level 3 Great Hollow Forest was as easy as chopping vegetables for him. Therefore, in less than a day, he had killed close to 100 Great Hollow Forests. This was because the Great Hollow Forest was too scattered and there was a lot of time spent on traveling and searching. Otherwise, the number of Great Hollow Forest would have been even higher. Then, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, on the sixth day of Ito's rampage in the Great Hollow Forest, an Achukas who had just leveled up or felt that the outside world was too dangerous finally came out to find Ito, who was still killing the Great Hollow Forest, because he could not stand the irritation in his heart. As hollows formed from human souls and negative energy, they did not think that a sneak attack was bad. Moreover, Ito's performance was so arrogant. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, the Achuka's level hollow attacked Ito with a Void Flash. Ito, who had just finished killing a Great Hollow, flashed away from the Great Hollow's attack. Boom! The Void Flash missed and flew for a distance. It violently collided with the ground and exploded with a loud sound. Finally, the main character is here. Seito, who was thinking this, flashed again. After 2 flashes, he appeared in front of the Achuka's level hollow. He waved his blade at the hollow, who looked like an enlarged lion and whose upper body was covered in white bones, and slashed down. The lion hollow flashed to the side and escaped from Seito's blade. Its hind legs stepped on the void, and its 2 front claws, which carried biting cold spiritual pressure, clawed at Seito's body. Clang! Seito flipped his arm and blocked the lion hollow's arms with his blade. Then, Seito stretched out his left hand. A ball of spiritual droplets appeared in his palm, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation, and shot towards Liu Su's body. Tao Breaker 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the lion hollow's huge body was pushed back a distance. Seito knew that an Achuka's level hollow would not be easily taken down by a path of ghosts. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the lion hollow, who was shrouded in energy smoke, and slashed out with the celestial cloud's sword that was covered in spiritual energy. Puff! The sound of a door opening was heard in the smoke. Roar! At the same time, a lion's head covered in white bone armor bit towards Seito's head. Seito used his right hand as the center of his body and levitated. He dodged the lion hollow's bite and at the same time, kicked out with his right foot. The tip of his foot hit the lion hollow's lower jaw. Bang! The huge force kicked the lion hollow's head high into the air. With a thought, Seito withdrew the celestial cloud's sword that was stuck in the middle of the lion hollow's back into his body. He activated instant transmission and appeared beside the lion hollow's head. He turned around and kicked the lion hollow's head that was covered in white bone armor. He kicked the lion hollow to the ground below like a cannonball. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the lion hollow landed heavily on the ground, creating a circular crater that was about 10 meters deep in the great hollow forest's hard ground. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air and covered him. Iron sand wall, monk pagoda, scorching iron glimmer, because of its determination, it is silent in the end. Binding Tao 75, 5 iron pillars. Seito, who was suspended in mid-air, chanted loudly. The next moment, in the midst of the explosion of spiritual pressure, 5 thick iron pillars that were only a size thinner than an adult's body suddenly appeared in mid-air. They all fell towards the lion hollow that was shrouded in smoke and dust. Finally, they all landed on the lion hollow's body, who was still dizzy from Seito's kick and unable to react. He was imprisoned on the ground, unable to struggle. At this moment, Seito's body flashed and appeared in front of the lion hollow's head on the ground. "Can you understand human language?" Seito asked. "Roar!" The lion hollow roared at Seito with a ferocious look. "Could it be that it doesn't know how to speak human language?" Seito saw this and frowned, muttering, "What a waste of emotion. After all this time, it's actually referring to something that doesn't know how to speak human language." After saying this, Seito stretched out his hand towards the lion hollow's head in front of his foot and chanted a high-level offensive incantation. 1,000 hands, unable to touch the venerable hand of darkness, unable to reflect the archer of the heavens, the path of light spilling down, fanning the wind of fire, gather together, do not be confused, follow my instructions, light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 paths, heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, great wheels, gray turrets. Sensing Seito's increasing spiritual pressure, the lion hollow's roar finally changed under the threat of death. Roar. "Wait. Wait!" the lion hollow said. Seito, who heard human language, exclaimed softly and stopped his incantation. "What do you want to know?" The lion hollow stuttered word by word. "Tell me how to get to Void Night Palace," Seito said calmly. "Walk from here south and you will see a huge building complex, that is Void Night Palace." After the initial stutter, the lion hollow, who had activated some information in his agility, spoke more and more smoothly. Soon, he told Seito the direction to Void Night Palace without any hesitation. "Do you want to live or die?" Seito nodded, then suddenly asked. "I want to live," the Lion Hollow replied. "Since you want to live, I will give you a chance. From now on, you will be my mount. You will send me to Void Night Palace. Once there, you can go wherever you want," Seito said calmly. "Of course, you only have one chance. If you dare to play any tricks on the way, I will destroy you so that you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. I will do what I say." "Are you sure you will let me go as long as I send you to Void Night Palace?" the Lion Hollow asked in disbelief. "It's up to you to believe it or not," Seito said calmly. After he finished speaking, he removed the 5 iron pillars that were suppressing the Lion Hollow. Shikoku's eyes flashed as he stared at Itose. He stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Itose did not stand on ceremony. He directly jumped onto Shikoku's back and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and meditated, allowing Shikoku to slowly move forward and lead him into the distance. He didn't know if it was beaten by Itoseji or if it had some other inexplicable thoughts in its heart. In short, Leonis was very obedient along the way, carrying Itoseji to Las Noches Palace. As the place where most of the voids in Hueco Mundo yearned for, the journey to Las Noches Palace was naturally not a peaceful one. Occasionally, one would encounter 1 or 2 occasion-level great voids, or 2 or even 3 occasion-level great voids in a group. During this process, some of the Hollows who were alone would consider the difference in strength between themselves and the Lion Hollow and choose not to meet each other. Some of them couldn't suppress their desire to evolve and attacked the Lion Hollow and Seito sitting on its back. The result was obvious. They were easily killed by Seito, who didn't need to hold back, and became Lion Hollow's mouthpieces. Of course, it wasn't only the Hollows who became Lion Hollow's mouthpieces, but also the rare Hollows who were in a group. Are there always so many Achuka's level Hollows here in the past? On this day, Seito casually threw an Achuka's level Hollow that he had just killed to the Lion Hollow and asked, "I'm not sure, but I'm sure there aren't as many as this time." Lion Hollow, who was lowering its head to devour the Hollow's corpse, replied. Seito, who was sitting on Lion Hollow's back, nodded and vaguely guessed the reason. "It seems like it's Aizen's doing. Is there not enough experimental material?" Seito thought. Later on, because of Seito, Lion Hollow, who had become stronger, was able to intimidate a group of weak Achuka's level Hollows. Therefore, the number of attacks immediately decreased, which made Lion Hollow a little depressed. At the same time, it also allowed Seito to quietly rush to Void Night Palace. The Las Noches Palace was a building somewhat similar to the Taj Mahal. It had a round dome and a square body. The 4 corners had several huge white stone pillars that varied in height but were roughly the same in thickness. Some collapsed remnants were half hidden under the desert surrounding the Las Noches Palace. "Okay, you can go now," Seito said as he jumped off Lion Hollow's back. Chapter 1386. Yes, Leo turned his head and looked at Seito. After making sure that he wasn't joking, he quickly responded. Although following a strong person like Seito gave him a lot of benefits, it wasn't as important as his own life. Therefore, after knowing that he could leave, Leo didn't hesitate to turn around and run away from Seito. He hurriedly ran away in the direction away from Las Noches Palace. Seito, who wasn't interested in Leo's reaction, didn't stay in the same place for long and walked toward Las Noches Palace. Ha, strange. A Grim Reaper actually appeared around Las Noches Palace. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Just when Seito was a certain distance away, a somewhat savage voice sounded. He was probably betrayed by his companions. But to be honest, I haven't eaten a Grim Reaper's soul for a long time. Let him be my appetizer, another voice sounded. Seito stopped and looked toward the direction of the voice. In an instant, two humanoid male phantoms wearing the white Las Noches uniforms worn by Genji and their auxiliary officers appeared in Ito-Sei's eyes. There were incomplete white bones on the neck and chest respectively. Facers. Seito raised his eyebrows. You actually know us. The savage man who spoke earlier frowned and then arrogantly introduced himself. I am the 105th Blade, Norma Guttrat Norwich. The 117th Blade, Raytork Esmalavin. Another Arcane Void introduced himself. So it's two eliminated goods, Seito said with a look of realization. You're courting death. The facer who was touched on his sore spot shouted angrily with a murderous aura. Raw. If you don't make a move, I will personally tear him to pieces, the 105th Blade named Norma Guttrat Norwich said coldly. Okay, Raytork nodded slightly and agreed. Grim Reaper. Don't worry, I won't kill you instantly. I'll be kind enough to cut you into pieces piece by piece, and let you know what hell is. Norma Scott jumped down from the wall of Las Noches Palace and walked towards Seito while speaking with a sinister expression. At the same time, in an empty hall of Empty Night Palace, Lord Eisen, would you like me to greet him? The man was dressed in the white uniform of Las Noches, but his hands were still tucked in his sleeves. Ikamaru Jin, who was leaning against the wall and hiding in a dark corner, turned to look at Eisen, who was sitting on a stone chair in the center of the room. He was wearing the same white uniform as Eisen. His right arm was half bent, and his right hand was clenched into a fist and pressed against his cheek. Not for now. Let the two failures test his strength, Eisen said. Yes. Jin replied in a low voice. Then, just like Lan Ran, he half closed his eyes and used his heart to feel the changes in the spirit seed outside, forming an image in his mind. Eisen and Jin were captain-level experts. This kind of thing could be done to a certain extent. The image changed back to the outside of Las Noches Palace. So much nonsense. Ito-Sei, who didn't take Norma Grid's malicious words seriously, said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ito-Sei's figure instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Norma Scott. He summoned Tian Songyun and slashed down with his sword. Norma Scott was startled by Seito's strange appearance, and his face changed as he instinctively raised his sword to block. But at this time, Seito's wrist skillfully rotated. Celestial clouds spun out of Seito's hand and was held tightly by his other hand. Seito continued to slash at Norma Scott. Puff! With a muffled sound, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound on Norma Scott's chest. Norma Scott's face was full of disbelief as he was inexplicably stabbed. But that's right, not many people would have thought of it. Someone actually dared to switch weapons in a life-and-death battle. This was completely beyond the expectations of ordinary people. Even if he hadn't fought with Saphilos, Seito wouldn't have thought of using this kind of small tactic where the opponent would send his weapon flying if he wasn't careful. This was all inspired by Saphilos. Then, Seito's free right hand reached forward and grabbed Norma Scott's face. At a very close distance, he used Kido Heido 88, Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Sky Shaking Thunder Cannon. In an instant, under the intense Ryatsu fluctuations, a thick beam of light shot out from Seito's palm, swallowing Norma Scott's entire head and shoulders. It didn't lose any momentum as it bombarded the outer walls of Las Noches Palace. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky above Las Noches Palace. After 3 to 4 seconds, when the smoke and dust dispersed, Norman Scott, whose face was full of injuries, and who did not seem to have much chance of survival, appeared in front of Ito-Sei's eyes with a large piece of broken wall. As expected of a hollow, his vitality is really strong. He didn't immediately die after taking a direct hit from 88 Heido at such a distance. Looking at Norma Scott in front of him, Seito secretly sighed in his heart. However, even though he was thinking that way, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. He flipped his wrist and turned his blade upwards. With a slash, he sliced Norma Scott's upper body into two halves. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out from Norma Scott's body like a fountain. Seito used the protective energy around his body to block the blood that sprayed onto his body. He turned his head slightly and looked at Raytork, who was standing not far away on the outer walls of Las Noches Palace. At this moment, his expression had greatly changed. Seito sneered and immediately used instant transmission to disappear from his spot and appear beside Raytork. However, Raytork, who was already 200% on guard against Seito, turned his feet and used Hollow's unique high-speed movement footwork. Echo turned to escape from his spot, dodging Seito's attack by a hair's breadth. Seito didn't care when he saw this. He used instant transmission to the limit and split into several figures to chase after Raytork. He even surpassed Raytork and killed Raytork on the spot, who couldn't dodge or resist. Seito, who reappeared, looked at Las Noches Palace and sneered. He used instant transmission to appear above Las Noches Palace. He stimulated his perfect circle force to operate on the celestial clouds and slashed down on the dome of Las Noches Palace below like Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. In an instant, a huge crescent-shaped blade of nearly 100 meters long and 20 meters wide flew out from the celestial clouds and bombarded the dome of Las Noches Palace below. Boom! A violent roar instantly resounded through the void. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge crack appeared on the dome of Las Noches Palace. In that crack, Seito vaguely saw Aizen's figure. Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the empty room where Aizen was. "Long time no see, Ito. It's really lucky to see you alive again." Aizen put his hands on the armrests of his chair and leaned back. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling. "Yes, I'm very lucky, so I'm here to collect my debt." Seito nodded and said, "Presumptuous." Higashii, who was standing not far from Aizen, shouted. Ito-sei didn't care about Higashikami, he just quietly looked at Aizen sitting on the throne. "I broke my promise that time, I apologize." Aizen looked at Seito for a moment and said, "I'll have someone give you the technology related to artificial souls and temporary souls." Seito nodded and put the celestial clouds back into his body. "Silver, take Ito to rest." Aizen turned to Ikamaru-jin, who was leaning against the wall, and ordered. "Yes, Aizen-sama." Ikamaru-jin stood up and nodded. Then he took Seito out of the room. "Aizen-sama, why didn't you let me kill him?" After Seito left with Ikamaru-jin, Higashii turned to Aizen and asked. "His existence is very interesting, I want to observe him more." Aizen replied. "But..." Higashii wanted to say something but was interrupted by Aizen. "Okay, Higashii, do as I say." Although Aizen's tone was light, the meaning behind his words was undeniable. The inexplicable pressure caused East Sinjin to back down, forcing him to step aside quietly. "We're here, this is the place." Ikamaru-jin led Seito to an empty room and smiled. "It's best not to run around here, or you'll lose your life." Ito-sei, who was looking around the room, nodded, indicating that he understood. "Then you should rest." Ikamaru-jin turned around and left Seito's room. Seito watched Ikamaru-jin leave and closed the door. He returned to his bed and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and meditated. About an hour later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ito-sei, who withdrew from meditation, put down his legs and stood up. He walked to the door and reached out to open it. Immediately, a human figure wearing a white Las Noches uniform appeared in front of Ito-sei. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "This is what Aizen-sama asked me to deliver," the youth said as he handed over the folded white uniform of Las Noches Palace and several scrolls and some small items to Ito-sei. Ito-sei understood that he was here to deliver the information. He reached out and took the clothes and things, then closed the door again. He took the things back to the bed and put the clothes and things on the stone bed. He sat down and took the scroll that should be the technical information and looked down. In an instant, a lot of technical terms came into Ito-sei's eyes. Sure enough, I need to find a technician. Ito-sei, who probably confirmed the authenticity of the document in his hand, put it away and sighed softly. So far, Sei-Ito had achieved all his goals in the Shinigami world, except for the Kido forbidden technique. Chapter 1387. Speaking of technicians, in the entire Shinigami world, there was only Hueco Mundo's 80th Blade, Thrall Apollo Grands, Soul Society's 12th Division Captain Mayuri and his team members, Soul King Palace's Division 0, and Urahara Kasuke in the modern world. Aside from them, there is only Big Boss Aizen. But Sal Apollo is a lunatic, Sei-Ito doesn't love him, so he can be ruled out. Urahara Kasuke is too insidious and unpredictable, so he can't be sure when he will plot against him. Mayuri of the 12th Division is a lunatic, not much better than Sal Apollo, so he can also be ruled out. Even if he can get in touch with the people from the 0 Division, he can't do anything to them, so he can also rule them out. In the end, only the members of the 12th Division would be able to get their hands on them easily. As for Big Boss Aizen, who would be crazy to look for him? The 12th Division. Sei-Ito, who had changed into the white uniform of Las Noches Temple, muttered to himself. Right, I don't know if that woman exists or not. She should exist. After all, the previous world is a multidimensional world, so the Shinigami world should be the same. If that's the case, I can get her. After all, she is a character from 1,000 years ago. Even if her technical strength didn't improve much due to the seal, she shouldn't have regressed. Plus, she has been accumulating for 1,000 years, so maybe she has made some progress. Speaking of the 12th Division, Sei-Ito's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Calculating the time, the plot should be about to start. We don't need to participate in the plot, we just need to capture that woman when she appears. Sei-Ito thought. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito, who already got all the information except for the forbidden techniques, didn't care about staying in Las Noches Temple. He turned around and walked out of the room. After all, he didn't want Aizen to know that he had the ability to leave and come back at any time. Stop right there. Just as Sei-Ito took a few steps forward, a shout suddenly rang out. Sei-Ito frowned and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing white pleated pants and a white long-sleeved shirt with the exception of the collar and sleeve. However, the shirt was wide open, revealing the muscles on his chest and abdomen and a circular hole in his abdomen. Ito-sei saw a blue-haired young man with a zanpakuto on his waist and a bone mask that was not completely broken on half of his face with a wanton expression on his face. Seeing this person's appearance, Sei-Ito immediately knew his name. He was the 60th Blade Grimjo Jakuk. He was the only surviving member of 10 Blades in the original work, a half-king of Hueco Mundo. I really didn't expect that a Grim Reaper would actually sneak into Endless Night Palace. Grimjow, who was slowly walking towards Sei-Ito, laughed wildly. It just so happens that I'm a little bored right now, so I'll play with you. After that, he came to Sei-Ito's side and reached out to grab Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito raised his hand and grabbed Grimjow's outstretched arm. He raised his foot and kicked the other party's abdomen, sending him flying out with a powerful kick. Boom! Grimjow, who flew out like a cannonball, heavily hit the wall on the side of the corridor, creating a circular cracked depression with a diameter of about 2 meters. Gravel fell out of the cracked gap. It fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Sei-Ito, who knew Grimjow's character, didn't stop attacking after kicking him in order to avoid being entangled by him. He flashed to Grimjow, who was still hanging on the wall like a painting, and punched him in the face. Boom! Grimjow, who was hit head-on, had his head deeply sunk into the wall. Then he retracted his 5 fingers. As if he was grabbing something, he pulled back his arm and pulled Grimjow's head down from the wall. He turned around and threw Grimjow to the ground like a rag bag. Bang! With a huge muffled sound, the hard ground was once again smashed into a human-shaped cracked depression. Hado number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Seito, who was pressing his palm on Grimjow's face, quickly released a Kido in the form of Renounce Chant. Boom! In the strong burst of Ryatsu fluctuations, a violent explosion and dazzling white light came out in the corridor of Las Noches Palace, completely attracting the attention of the other hollows who didn't care too much about the situation here before. In an instant, more than a dozen Ryatsu senses of varying strength were transmitted to Seito's heart through perception. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. The dignified 60th Blade Grimjow was actually beaten by a Grim Reaper without being able to fight back. It's so funny. In the crowd of onlookers, a rough voice sounded. Lord Hellable, don't we need to stop them? Another voice sounded. The person called Hellable didn't speak. Lord Grimjow. Immediately afterward, 4 unfamiliar voices sounded at the same time. Let go of Lord Grimjow. One of them shouted loudly, and at the same time, he used Echo Ring to appear beside Seito and attacked him. Seeing this, Seito's body flashed, disappeared from Grimjow's body, dodged the opponent's attack, and went behind the person. He stretched out his foot and stepped on the person's back, jumped, and rushed to the back of the hollow's neck, summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, and slashed the person's neck. Puff! Almost without any resistance, the attacker's head was separated from his body. Ed! Iradad! That is, the moment Seito raised his hand and slashed down, 4 roars sounded at the same time. Ed Leones, one of the 5 auxiliary officers that Grimjow brought to the modern world to find trouble with Shinozaki Ichigo in the original work. His hair is red, and the remains of his face are on his eyes. It looks a bit like a different style of glasses. The hole is in the center of his chest below his throat. In the original work, he was defeated by Banyan with 10,000 solution. Grimjow can't kill indiscriminately because of his relationship with 10 blades, but you're just an auxiliary officer. Seito, who turned in midair and kicked Ed Leone's body toward the other 4 people, thought to himself. Ed Leones. At this time, Grimjow, who got a chance to breathe because of Ed Leone's harassment, roared. I want you dead, Grimjow said while gritting his teeth. After that, Grimjow stretched out his hand toward Seito and shot a blue Ryatsu beam. Not good! Get out of the way! It's Wang Su's flash! As soon as they saw Grimjow's attack, several shouts rang out. The so-called Wang Su's flash is the unique Void Flash skill of 10 blades. Its power is far more powerful than Void Flash, and it has the ability to distort space. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of Las Noches, which was finally completed, Aizen banned the use of Wang Su's flash in Las Noches. However, Grimjow, who has now gone berserk, has long forgotten the rules and focused on killing Seito. Destroy the outer path, celestial clouds. Because Wang Su's flash almost occupied most of the corridor space, Seito, who couldn't hide for the time being, had to activate the ability of celestial clouds again with soul language. In the next moment, Seito held his katana horizontally, and Wang Su's flash, which was flying in front of him, seemed to be attracted by something and was all projected into the celestial clouds, disappearing as if the violent Ryatsu just emitted was an illusion. Seeing that Wang Su's flash was swallowed, Grimjow's face showed a dignified expression. Holding the hilt with his right hand, he slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Stop! Just as Grimjow was about to attack, Dongsing Yao's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space between Seito and Grimjow and said in a deep voice, Aizen-sama wants to see you. Grimjow was arrogant, and although he wasn't absolutely loyal to Aizen, he still understood who had the bigger fist. So when he heard Dong Xing Yao's words, he couldn't attack. He could only take back his katana and stare at Sei Ito's face, saying coldly, "I will kill you. I'll be waiting," Sei Ito said as he put the celestial clouds back into his body. Grimjiao and Sei Ito followed Dong Xing Yao to Aizen's room. After a minute or so, the three entered the empty room and saw Aizen sitting on the throne. "Aizen-sama." Grimjiao knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Sei Ito stood aside and didn't say anything. Dong Xing Yao noticed Sei Ito's behavior and frowned. He was about to attack Sei Ito, who had no respect for Aizen. "Dongxing." Aizen called him. Dongxing, who was called out, was very obedient. He silently retreated to the side not far from Grimjiao and Ito Chengdu. "Grimjiao, you violated my order." Aizen looked at the kneeling Grimjiao and said, "I'm sorry, Aizen-sama, I just wanted to avenge my subordinates." Grimjiao lowered his head and explained. "But it's still against my rules," Aizen said, unmoved. "I'm willing to accept Aizen-sama's punishment." Grimjiao gritted his teeth. "In 10 days, go and capture 30 archvoids of the Ajuchas class," Aizen said. "Yes," Grimjiao replied. "Remember, there will be no next time." As soon as Aizen's voice fell, a huge and deep Ryatsu erupted from his body. It pressed down on Grimjiao and Sei Ito standing next to him. It shocked Grimjiao and Sei Ito. Yes. Grimjiao's forehead was covered in sweat under the Ryatsu's pressure. On the other hand, Ito Sei frowned, but he didn't react to Aizen's Ryatsu. Aizen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1388. P.S. Thank you to Nightski Eagle, Pixlo, Haihei 2003, and Boring Lord for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon and NXCX for their tips. You can leave now, Aizen said while maintaining his Ryatsu. Yes. Grimjiao, who was kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and responded. Then he stood up, turned his head and stared fiercely at Ito Sei, and walked out of the empty room with heavy and depressing steps. After Grimjiao left, Aizen's Ryatsu fell on Sei Ito's body and continued to increase. Sei Ito frowned and released his Ryatsu to resist Aizen's Ryatsu. The two were in a stalemate with Ryatsu. After a minute, Aizen frowned when he saw that he still couldn't take down Ito Seiji. He stopped using his Ryatsu and said, "You're new here, there are some things I didn't tell you. I'll let it go this time, but I don't want to see it happen again. Do you understand? As long as they don't offend me, I'm not interested in causing trouble for them," Sei Ito said. "I will have someone inform them of your existence," Aizen said calmly. "You can leave now," Aizen said. Sei Ito bowed and left the room. "Aizen-sama, why didn't you punish him?" After Ito Sei left, East Senpai asked Aizen with his empty eyes hidden behind his plastic goggles. "East Senpai, are you doubting my decision?" Aizen asked indifferently. "No, I just think that rules are rules. They shouldn't be ignored," East Senpai replied. Aizen-sama just said that he was given a chance because it was his first offense. The next time he does it, you can punish him," Ikemaru Jin said with a smirk. "Ikemaru Jin, are you trying to provoke me?" East Sensei turned to look at Ikemaru Jin and asked in a stern voice. "Well, who knows?" Ikemaru Jin didn't move. East Senpai Jin. "Let's stop it here," Aizen said when he saw the two of them getting more and more hostile. "Yes, Aizen-sama." East Senpai and Ikemaru Jin bowed. On the other side, Ito Sei, who had just left Aizen's empty room, strode towards the exit of Las Noches Temple. 10 minutes later, Ito Sei stepped out of the gate of Virtual Night Palace. He went to the white sand world outside. However, just as he stepped out of Las Noches Palace, a sneer appeared on Sei Ito's face. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Sei Ito felt that he was being watched. Then he randomly chose a direction. He slowly walked away from Las Noches Palace. They walked for almost half a day. The scenery of Virtual Night Palace had already been completely shaken off 3 to 4 hours ago. Now, apart from the white desert, there were also weathered and cracked rocks in front of his eyes. There was no green at all. However, at this moment, with the appearance of 5 Ryatsu, 1 strong and 4 weak, Grimjow and 4 faceless hollow assistant officers with different figures and appearances appeared on top of the weathered rocks near Ito-sei, looking down at him condescendingly. The 4 assistants who came with Grimjow were none other than the 4 who appeared in the original work. They were the faceless number 11, Xiaolong Kufang, who was thin and had a straight waist. He looked like an English gentleman or butler in temperament and feeling. He was fat, and the white wreckage mask shone on the right half of his face. His appearance looked like Sammo Hung's Nachim in the 1980s. He was neither fat nor thin, and he had long blonde hair. The faceless hollow was on the top of his forehead, looking like a hat. His whole temperament was very elegant. He was the 80th Blade's brother, Ilvert Glanz. Deroy Link was short and had a unique set of sawtooth teeth. His broken mask was also on his head, and he looked like some kind of hat ornament of an ethnic minority. "What, do you want to escape?" Grimjow, who had his hands in his trouser pockets, looked down at Sei-Ito arrogantly. "You're not qualified," Sei-Ito said disdainfully. "You're courting death." The impatient Grimjow's expression changed, and he shouted angrily. After that, he was ready to draw his katana and attack Sei-Ito. "Grimjow!" Just as Grimjow was about to act, Xiaolong quickly shouted. "What's the matter?" Grimjow, who was stopped, frowned and looked at Xiaolong with some dissatisfaction. "Grimjow, leave him to us. You can make your move when we're no match for him." Xiaolong looked at Grimjow and asked. Grimjow took a deep look at Xiaolong, then looked at the other 3 assistants who were looking at him. He turned his head arrogantly and said disdainfully, "Do as you wish. Nachim, Ilvert D. let's go." Xiaolong, who got permission, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and pointed it at Sei-Ito below. After saying that, he disappeared from the rock and appeared next to Ito-sei. He waved his sword and slashed at Ito-sei. At the same time, the other 3 also pulled out their Zanpakuto and activated their Zanpakuto to appear around Sei-Ito. They cooperated with Xiaolong to surround him and sent out their Zanpakuto. Sei-Ito didn't use any means to dodge, but directly spread out his psychokinesis to cover the surface of his body and took the attacks of the 4 people. Block. Almost at the same time, 4 Zanpakuto fell on Sei-Ito's body, slashing the psychokinesis shield outside Sei-Ito's body. Then Sei-Ito reached out and pinched the body of Xiaolong's Zanpakuto in front of him, stretched out his left hand, and fired a thunder roar cannon at Xiaolong's face. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Xiaolong's body rapidly flew backwards. Then, Sei-Ito spun. Holding the Zanpakuto celestial clouds that suddenly appeared in his hand, he turned into a spinning top and slashed at the other 3 people. The 3 people were shocked when they saw this and quickly jumped back. Seeing this, Sei-Ito, who was spinning, immediately stopped and used flying scythe kick to appear in front of Deroy Link, who was the smallest, and swung his katana at him. Deroy Link raised his arm and blocked with his katana. But just when the 2 katanas were about to collide, a black light suddenly appeared on the blade of celestial clouds, and then effortlessly cut Deroy Link's Zanpakuto, and cut a dark wound on his chest that couldn't be healed by Void's ultra-rapid regeneration. Then Sei-Ito turned around. He circled behind Deroy Link, who had stopped moving due to the knife wound. He swung his katana and slashed at his neck. Deroy Link's head was separated from his body as it flew through the air. Seeing D's head flying, Xiaolong, Ilford, and Nachim all shouted. Sei-Ito, who killed Deroy Link, sneered and disappeared with a step. He appeared in front of the blond man, Ilford Glans, before he could react. Then, he stabbed the heavenly gathering cloud saber into his chest. Boom! It was also at this time. The delayed sound of the sonic boom exploded in the canyon. With a flip of his wrist, Ito-sei turned the blade towards the sky, and an upward slash covered with powerful red flames was immediately slashed out by him. Boom! Ilford, whose body was split in half, immediately burned in the raging flames. Almost in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of spiritual ashes. On the side, Grimjow, who saw two assistants die in just a few seconds, narrowed his eyes and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist again. Then, without hesitation, he activated his Ryatsu and chanted the liberation language. Creak, Panther King. In an instant, the violent spiritual power burst out from Grimjow's body, turning into a spiritual shield that wrapped around him like an eggshell. Grimjow's change immediately attracted the attention of Seito, Xiaolong, and Nachim. But then, Seito retracted his gaze, then appeared in front of Xiaolong, who was looking at Grimjow, and handed out celestial clouds. Feeling the threat of death, Xiaolong quickly regained his senses and dodged to the side with a sidestep. But as soon as he appeared, the familiar black blade suddenly appeared in his sight and pierced his forehead in front of Xiaolong's incredible eyes. Before dying, Xiaolong's gaze fell on Ito-sei, who was clearly far away and not in the same line as him. He then turned his head to look at Grimjow, who had already broken out of the spirit and transformed into the Panther King. With a look of trust on his face, he fell to the ground and began to split into the free spirit. Seito, who killed Xiaolong with space connection, turned to look at Grimjow, who was standing high above. Grimjow became completely different from before. The white uniform he was wearing was replaced by a white bone armor connected together. His whole body was streamlined, and his forearms and calves had sharp barbed blades. The mask on his face disappeared and turned into a white headband, and his waist-length blue hair fluttered in the wind. If there was anything that hadn't changed, it was that the void hole in each void was still in its original position. Nachim, stand down. Grimjow, who was overflowing with Ryatsu, ordered the only remaining support officer, Nachim. Yes. Nachim responded, then used ring shift to leave the battlefield and retreated to the side. Neither Grimjow nor Seito paid attention to Nachim's actions, but they just stared at each other without blinking. After a while, Grimjow stretched out his hand, and a blue beam of light instantly flew out of his palm and shot towards Seito. Wang Su's flash. Outer path of destruction. Seito waved the celestial clouds in his hand and swallowed Grimjow's Wang Su's flash. However, at this moment, Grimjow suddenly appeared in front of Seito as if he had teleported. The Ryatsu on his fingers condensed into sharp blades, and he grabbed at Seito's body. Creak, 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 creak. A harsh sound immediately rang from Seito's psychic shield, and a bright light flashed. Seito flipped his wrist and swung his blade horizontally towards Grimjow's body. Grimjow's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Seito, avoiding the slash, then reappeared not far from Seito's side and disappeared again. Crackle! The next moment, with the sound of glass breaking, the psychic shield outside Seito's body exploded, and white marks appeared on Seito's chest. At the same time, Grimjow, with his hands crossed in front of him and his back facing Seito, also appeared on the ground in the distance. Panther King's Claw. The so-called Panther King's Claw was Grimjow's unique skill after returning to the blade. The principle is probably to use the strong inertia formed by the super-high movement speed brought about by the agility buff obtained after returning to the blade, coupled with the penetrating force formed by the Ryatsu condensed on his 10 fingers. It is very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break Seito's psychic shield and leave white marks on his divine body. Moreover, Seito clearly felt that as long as Grimjow's Ryatsu erupts, it is very likely to break through the defense of his body and leave wounds on his body. Playing with speed hat. Looking down at Seito on his chest, Seito chuckled. Blue and white arcs of lightning suddenly bloomed on his body, and then Seito's figure disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside Grimjow and swung his blade down. Godspeed. Grimjow raised his hand to meet it. But Seito, who was in the state of Godspeed, almost reached the state of sword movement, turned his blade, avoiding Grimjow's arm, and slashed on his waist and abdomen. Puff! With a soft sound, a long and narrow wound instantly appeared on Grimjow's waist and abdomen. Grimjow, who felt the pain, his pupils shrank, and he immediately burst out with a powerful speed like a leopard and dodged backward. It's just that his speed is fast enough, but Seito's speed is faster. He moved close to Grimjow's body like a shadow, swinging his blade and slashing on his body. When the two reappeared 3 seconds later, Grimjow's body had more than a dozen long and narrow bleeding wounds, but soon, with the help of Ryatsu, he stopped the bleeding and returned to normal. Ultra-rapid regeneration. Since it has come to this point, this guy won't bother Shinozaki Ichigo anymore. In that case, let's just deal with him here. As for Wandenreika's rescue, there is Urahara Kasuke there anyway, so no one should die. Seito, who was confronting Grimjow, thought to himself. But even if someone dies, I can't control it. At that time, I don't even know if I'll still be in this world. Thinking of this, Seito didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately disappeared from where he was and appeared beside Grimjow, and attacked him again. It's just that compared to before, Seito's attack speed this time is faster, the angle is more tricky, and the power is more powerful. At the same time, every attack is aimed at Grimjow's vital points. In this way, after fighting for more than 10 seconds in the state of Godspeed, Grimjow, who is evolving to the Vasto-Lord level because of the power of the world, was finally cut in half by Seito's blade. Chapter 1389. Plop! Grimjow's body with the lower half of his head fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Grimjow's death, Nachim, who was watching the battle and waiting for the news of Grimjow's victory, sat down on the ground with a face full of shock and disbelief. Since your master and companions are dead, then you should go down and accompany them. Seito, who suddenly appeared behind Nachim and cut off Nachim's head without hesitation, said softly. Gulp! Nachim's head rolled a few times in the air before falling to the ground. It rolled a short distance to the side, then turned into a free spirit with his body. Seito, who killed all of Grimjow's group, put away his sword and exhaled softly. Sure enough, if I want to use Godspeed, I still need a divine body to not have any side effects. Seito, who felt the side effects of Godspeed, didn't appear on his body like the Kusanagi in the original work of the God Slayer, whispered to himself. The so-called Godspeed is a relatively conceptual and relative thing. If the body can't support it, like the Kusanagi who can't even reach the speed of sound, it can also be called Godspeed. After all, that is also the effect brought by the Phoenix authority. But if the body can support it, then this Godspeed is a bit exaggerated, far from being comparable to the speed of sound. For example, the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne's movement method of turning into lightning, although it is not necessarily comparable to the speed of light in the true sense, it is more than enough to shake off the speed of sound. Seito, who put away the useless thoughts and put away the large amount of world power obtained by killing Grimjow and others, flashed. He disappeared from the spot in the next second. Seito's figure appeared in the house he bought in the Shinigami world. Seito walked to the living room. He came to the monitoring system that was still in operation and pulled up the monitoring records of the days after Kurosaki Ichigo's return. As expected, the Baventers have appeared. After a while, Seito, who had browsed through the surveillance records by fast-forwarding, chuckled. If that's the case, that person should also appear. After confirming the existence of Bavender and knowing that they had just attracted the attention of the Grim Reaper, Seito was not in a hurry when Matsumoto and the others, who had not yet been sent to the modern world, found their nest. He summoned Shinya and Yi. "Ah-cheng." Yi greeted Seito happily. Zhenyi didn't say anything. However, her gaze also fell on him. "Let's go. I'll show you around," Seito said with a smile as he walked up to the two of them, turned around, and held each of their hands as they walked out of the house. "Okay." Yi took a step to keep up with Seito's footsteps, reached out to hold his arm, and let Yi's arm sink into the soft flesh of his plump chest. Zhenyi naturally had no objection to this proposal, so he let Seito pull him out. Out of the house, the three of them began to stroll around Kazazato. Of course, Seito's purpose was not simply to take Zhenyi and Yi to stroll around the city. He also took this opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of Baventer and the warehouse where the Masked Legion was hiding. After all, no matter which of these two locations it was, there was no specific location mentioned in the original work. He only knew that one was near the warehouse area in the north of Kazazato, and the other was in the mountain forest cave on the outskirts of Kazazato. However, Seito was someone who had made a big fuss in Soul Society. It was really dangerous for him to walk around like this. So, while he was out, Seito released a batch of reconnaissance nanomachines floating 100 meters away from him. It helped him pay attention to Matsumoto Ranju, Asanai Renji, Banmujikaku, Baochin, Kira Izuru, Shinozaki Ichigo, and the cat-transformed 4 Maple Court Yi, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Because Kazazato was not a big city, there were not many places for people to play, so after just more than an hour, Seito felt bored. "Let's go for a stroll in the suburbs," Itose suggested. "Okay." Yi, who completely followed Seito's opinion, replied with a smile. "Whatever." Zhenyi replied casually. With the same opinion, the three immediately changed their itinerary and moved toward the forest on the outskirts of the city. Not long after, the three came to the forest on the outskirts. "Wait for me," Seito, who stopped, said. Then he pulled his arm out of Yi's embrace and stepped in front of a tree. He reached out and pressed his palm on the trunk. He closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the tree itself. Fortunately, Seito himself was proficient in Mokuton, and he was also a senior legendary and demigod master, so he quickly connected with the weak consciousness of the tree itself. Using it as the core, he expanded his spiritual power and connected with the surrounding trees. In about 5 minutes, a huge spiritual detection network was completed under the connection of the consciousness of these trees. The arc-shaped area that was 5 kilometers away from him was all included in his own exploration. He believed that as long as Baventer was not hiding in the mountains and forests, the area of 5 kilometers in a straight line was definitely enough to search. Then, Seito's mind moved, and he carried out a detailed search of the area that he could control. Green grass, trees, birds, insects, hills, and caves quickly rushed into Seito's mind one after another for him to browse and observe. This continued for more than 10 minutes before it was over. "Phew!" Seito, who withdrew his hand and opened his eyes, exhaled softly. "Ah-cheng, are you looking for something?" Yi asked curiously. "Yes, I'm looking for a group of strange races called Baventer." Seito looked at Yi and smiled. "I was wondering why you were suddenly so kind to take Yi and me out for a stroll today." "So this is your real purpose," Zhenyi said with an unhappy expression. "It's just in passing." Seito laughed dryly. "My main purpose is to accompany you." Zhenyi pursed his lips and said nothing. "Did you find it?" Yi did not care what Seito's main purpose was as long as he could be with him. Therefore, after Seito and Zhenyi finished talking, he asked, "Not here." Seito shook his head slightly. Oh, then why don't we go somewhere else? Yi suggested. Forget it. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let's play here today. Seito smiled. It just so happens that I found a good place when I was exploring just now. I'll take you there. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Yi and Zhen Yi looked at each other and followed. The next morning, Seito said to Zhen Yi and Yi, "You guys stay at home and cultivate today. I'll go out and search by myself. I'll pick you up when I make progress." Okay. Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two had no objections, Seito turned around and left the house. He moved to a different place from the suburban forest he went to yesterday and used the same method to explore. Unfortunately, Seito still did not find the underground cave shown in the original anime. Left with no choice, Seito had to change locations and explore again. Fortunately, he was lucky this time and finally found the underground cave covered by vines in the depths of the forest. Seito retracted his mental power with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He then activated Earthmeld and sneaked toward the cave's location. It's here. Seito, who was hidden in the soil, thought to himself. Old Man Kudo, Uncle Koga, perverted man Ma Qiao, psychopath and surveillance member Yushir, Shou Wanshan and Xiang Mafangye, the twins Peng and Pan, and the fake woman Yoshi are not here. Did they go out to hunt? Seito guessed after seeing the situation in the cave through Earthmeld. Just in time, let's take down these four guys first. Thinking of this, Seito got out of the cave and reappeared on the ground. Then he left a Flying Thunder God Jutsu imprint on the tree next to him, and then activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to his home in Kongzucho. At this time, Yi was wearing an apron, happily humming a cheerful tune while busying herself in the kitchen, preparing food for Seito and Mayo. Where's Mayo? Seito, who quietly sneaked into the kitchen and hugged Yi from behind, asked with a smile. Hearing Seito's familiar voice, Yi, whose eyes instantly changed from dragon eye state back to their original state, exhaled softly and rebuked, "You scared me. Sister is practicing the Kido you taught her in the cultivation room. I'll go take a look." Seito, who reached out and rubbed Yi's chest, said with a smile. "Just in time, the food is ready, call sister out to eat." Yi turned to look at Seito and said, "I know." Seito said without looking back. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the ears of Seito, who had just opened the door and entered the transformed cultivation room. "How's the practice going?" Seito, who was standing at the door, looked at the panting Mayo and asked. "Not bad, I can already release Hado 30 times. Mayo straightened up and said, "As expected of Mayo, you mastered Hado 30 times so quickly." Seito praised. "Did you find that Bavanter?" Mayo, who was too lazy to say more, curled his lips and walked to the door while asking, "Well, I've found him. I'm going to take you and Yi there after dinner so that you two can practice with them." Seito nodded and smiled. Mayo nodded, reached out, opened the door, and stepped out. Seeing this, Itose chuckled and followed him back to the living room with Shinya. "Ah Ching, sister, it's time to eat." Yi, who was putting plates of food on the table, looked at the two and smiled. Chapter 1390. With the change of light and shadow, the figures of Seito, Yi, and Shinya appeared not far from the cave where Bavanter was hiding. "Follow me," Seito said softly. Shinya and Yi didn't speak and quietly walked towards the entrance of the cave with Seito. As they had previously explored, the huge cave entrance that could allow 3 or 4 people to pass through side by side was covered by rows of dark green vines, hiding the entrance of the cave. Seito, who was walking in front, waved his arm, and a pale white crescent-shaped wind blade visible to the naked eye instantly flew out and cut the vines at the entrance of the cave, cutting the vines from the middle. "Pa!" The broken vines fell heavily to the ground. Seito and the other two didn't stop and walked towards the depths of the cave. Not good, an enemy has come. At the same time, in the depths of the cave, a young man wearing black trousers, a white shirt, a red tie around his collar, and a pair of round rimless glasses on his face suddenly spoke. Because of his sparse hair, he gave off the feeling of being old-fashioned and treacherous. This person was called a psychopath by Seito, a non-combatant of the Baventer clan who was responsible for surveillance. You sure? The Grim Reaper? An old man wearing a black and gray suit, with gray hair neatly combed back, a stooped body, and many age spots on his face, holding a withered wooden cane in both hands, asked. His name was Yusher Du, and he was the oldest of all the Baventer. At the same time, he was also one of the most ambitious people. He had the ambition to replace Showushin as the leader of the Baventer clan. The puppet was a huge whale that looked like a wooden sculpture. It could freely swim in the ocean formed by space and launch the Keto ability used by the Grim Reaper it swallowed. No. It's a young man and two young women. Yusher, who was monitoring the entire cave through his glasses, replied. Since it's not the Grim Reaper, what's there to worry about? Just kill them. He was wearing a blue sleeveless tights and a pair of pants of the same color. His waist was tied with a black cloth belt. He was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. His short red hair had been combed very well, and he said with an indifferent look on his face. This person was Ma Qiao, who Seito called the abnormal man. He was good at physical arts and could fight with Soi Fan in the original anime. The puppet was a necklace around his neck. When used, it was planted in the ground like a seed to reproduce. It could also live in other people's bodies and control them. The puppet's head was like a mouse and its lower body was like a plant. Which one of us will go? He was wearing a white shirt, a black tie, and a black shoulder-length jacket. He had short hair and a thin mustache on his chin. Overall, he gave off the feeling of an English gentleman and a tavern owner. This person's name is. Like Toshidu, he had the ambition to replace Sho Dajin as the leader of the Baventer clan. The puppet was a pocket watch chain inside his clothes. Its ability was to whip the puppet to the ground, and the traces left behind would turn into snakes to attack people. Although they are not the Grim Reaper, I didn't say they were ordinary people. Yusher said discontentedly. The Baventer who stayed in the cave were stunned. The man among the three. He can release a wind blade-shaped attack with one hand. I observed carefully, it's definitely not the Keto. Yusher continued to state. Interesting. A glimmer flashed in Yuta Kawashi's eyes. He laughed sinisterly. 3 people? Then, Leeds and I will go and meet them. Ma Qiao, who was sitting on a rock, jumped to the ground and said. Then he strode towards the direction where Seito and the others came from. Regarding Ma Qiao's words, whether it was Toshidu, Yuta Kawashi, or Gu Hagong, who didn't care about their discussion, they all had no objections and let Ma Qiao leave. In this way, one went in and the other took the initiative to greet them. Seito and the others soon met with Ma Qiao. But unlike before, the necklace on Ma Qiao's neck was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a puppet that was only the length of an adult's forearm. The lower body was a green plant, the bottom of the neck was a yellow flower, and the head was a rat's head. Seeing the appearance of Ma Qiao, Seito and the others stopped. This road is blocked. Ma Qiao, who had one hand on his waist, laughed strangely. At the dinner table before coming, Yi, who knew that Seito didn't intend to directly attack, and Yi and Zhen Yi looked at each other. Then Yi said, Sister, let me have this person. I can use him to test my recent cultivation situation. All right. Zhen Yi thought about it and nodded in agreement. You actually want to use me as an opponent to test your cultivation. You really don't know what death is, Ma Qiao sneered. Don't know what death is, don't know what death is. Ma Qiao's puppet, the rat-headed Leeds, repeated in a shrill voice. We still don't know who will win. Yeye's right hand touched the black wrist ornament on her left wrist, and a Japanese-style katana appeared in her palm. She lightly waved it to her side as she looked at Ma Qiao. Who are you? Ma Qiao frowned and asked. Because of Yeye's inexplicable method of retrieving the katana, Ma Qiao subconsciously thought that Yeye, Zhenyi, and Sei To were members of the Grim Reaper. However, Ma Qiao couldn't sense the aura of the Grim Reaper from them, so he was a little uncertain. So, he couldn't help but ask. Wanderers passing by, Sei To replied faintly. Wanderers don't have the same ability as you. Ma Qiao snorted coldly. But since you don't want to say, then I won't ask. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Leeds, who was sitting on Ma Qiao's shoulder, immediately flew out, turning into a yellow light that flew toward Yeye. Yeye's eyes narrowed, and he waved his katana to meet it. Squeak! Leeds let out a rat-like squeak and flew out. Leeds! Ma Qiao frowned and said angrily. At the same time, Leeds, who had been sent flying, hit the wall of the cave and immediately took root on it like a seed. Then, like a mutated plant that had been exposed to radiation, it quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge vine that was as thick as an adult's arm. It whipped toward Yeye, Zhenyi, and Sei To like a snake. Sei To stretched out his hand to grab Zhenyi's waist and jumped back. Yeye, on the other hand, held the hilt of his katana with both hands, straightened his katana with the kendo opening style, raised his arms high and slashed down. Pooh! In an instant, a silver light flashed, and the thick vine was immediately cut in half, flying past Yeye's body. Yeye has improved so much. Now, he doesn't even need to use the katana to perform the silent slash. Zhenyi, who had taken in the scene before him, sighed softly. The so-called silent slash was a swordsmanship technique that could be mastered when one's swordsmanship reached a high level. Its characteristic was that in the instant the katana was swung and stopped, it would be as if all sound in the world had disappeared. It was a very mysterious state. Then, Yeye stomped his feet, dashed toward Ma Qiao, and slashed at him with his katana. As someone who could fight against Soifeng, a physical expert who specialized in melee combat, Ma Qiao's reaction speed was naturally very fast. His body leaned backward as if he had no bones, brushing past Yeye's katana and dodging the attack. Then, he straightened his body and attacked Yeye's chest. Yeye raised his left hand and turned his palm outward to block Ma Qiao's attack. Then, he closed his 5 fingers and used his strength to twist Ma Qiao's arm away. At the same time, he released his right hand that was holding the katana. His palm circled around the katana's hilt, and he grabbed the katana's hilt again. Then, he used the katana's hilt to push it toward Ma Qiao's chest. Ma Qiao stretched out his hand to stop Yeye's attacking right forearm. Then, he jumped up and kicked Yeye's chest with all his might. Bang! Yeye, who couldn't dodge in time, was sent flying by Ma Qiao's kick. Fortunately, when Yeye knew that he couldn't dodge, he used flow and hard to gather his chi in front of his chest. Therefore, although the sound of the kick was loud, Yeye didn't feel the slightest bit of damage. However, just as Yeye was flying backward, the 2 thick vines that he had cut off earlier suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of rat-headed dolls that flew toward Yeye, as well as Sei To and Xinyi, who were watching the show from afar. Sei To released a flame to burn the dolls that flew in front of Sei To and Xinyi. However, Yeye, who was the main focus, couldn't do it. His chi circulated throughout his body, strengthening and defending his body to the maximum extent. It's just that Ritz's attack wasn't purely physical, but also had a special nature, so after holding on for 2 or 3 seconds, there was still one that broke through Yeye's Nikki defense and planted itself on her body. In an instant, Yeye felt the changes in his body. It was becoming uncontrollable. You feel it, don't you? Ma Qiao, who was walking like a cat, looked at Yi and smiled sinisterly. Yi didn't answer. Instead, he frowned and tried to think of a way to regain control of his body. It's useless. Unless you kill me, you won't be able to regain control of your body from Li's control, Ma Qiao, who seemed to know what Yi was doing, said with a smug look on his face. Then, Ma Qiao pointed at Sei To and Xin Yi and ordered, "Now, it's up to you to kill them. Don't even think about it," Yi said through gritted teeth. However, even though she said that, her body still rushed toward Sei To and Xin Yi uncontrollably. Dragon's eyes. In the next second, Ye's eyes immediately changed from the original brown human eyes to the vertical pupils of a beast that emitted a golden light. A violent aura emanated from Ye's body. Squeak! As if it had been frightened by something, or for some other reason, Leeds, who was planted on Ye's body, suddenly let out a scream of fear. During this scream, Yi temporarily regained control of his body. Chapter 1391. P.S. Thanks to Phantom Dust, Sirius 3 stars, Goldenson, Hell Aristocrat, and Boring Sage for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, 157747860, and Halcyon for their tip. P.S. Dad is finally out of the hospital, Leeds. Ma Qiao frowned when he saw this, and a strange spiritual pressure erupted from his body. Under the support of this spiritual pressure, the flower-bodied rat-headed doll, Leeds, screamed again and regained control of Ye's body. However, compared to before, the current state of control was very unstable, and Yi was constantly disturbed by the wild nature of the dragon eye. Yi rushed in front of Sei To and Zhen Yi, waving his blade. "Zhen Yi, open the dragon gate." Sei To raised his hand to block Ye's blade, then rushed in front of Yi. He used his hands and legs to restrain Ye's unstable body, then turned his head and shouted at Zhen Yi. "Tenzhou Dragon Gate, open!" Zhen Yi shouted, and an inexplicable feeling appeared in her body. Then, Zhen Yi took a step and instantly appeared behind Yi. He reached out and grabbed the doll, Leeds, that was planted on Ye's back. Leeds screamed in fear as he was grabbed by Zenya. "Leeds!" Ma Qiao shouted from not far away. No matter how he urged his spiritual pressure for Leeds to absorb to increase its resistance, he was unable to let Leeds escape from Zhen Yi's hands. He could only release a large amount of spiritual droplets from the Tenzhou Dragon Gate. He was closing in on death. "Damn it!" Ma Qiao cursed in a low voice and rushed to Zhen Yi's front in two-step. He waved his hand and attacked. Zhen Yi raised one of his legs and blocked Ma Qiao's attack. In an instant, Sei To released one of his palms and used the renounced chant to release Daobreaker 63. Blue flame fall at Ma Qiao. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Ma Qiao was sent tumbling backwards in a somewhat sorry state. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and come!" Ma Qiao, who had regained his balance, shouted. "I wonder which guy said to hand it over to him." As soon as Ma Qiao finished speaking, an old voice echoed in the cave. Then, a huge brown wooden whale suddenly rushed out of the rocks above the cave. It opened its mouth and bit down on Sei To, Zhen Yi, and Yi. With a thought, Sei To brought Zhen Yi and Yi away from the whale's mouth and appeared in the forest outside the cave. Sei To turned his head and looked at the puppet Leeds in Zhen Yi's palm, which was gradually becoming transparent. Then, with a thought, he teleported again and disappeared with Zhen Yi and Yi. A second after they left, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. A brown wooden whale emerged from the shadow. Minato and Ma Qiao both stood on the whale's back. "Quick, over there!" Ma Qiao pointed in a direction with a panicked expression. Hearing this, Minato gently tapped the walking stick in his hand, and the wooden whale immediately sank into the shadow and disappeared. It hurriedly chased after Sei To and the others underground. With regards to space, Seito, who controlled the power of space, was sensitive to its changes. So, whenever Minato and his whale puppet Paula were about to appear, Seito would use instant transmission to take them away one step ahead of them, causing Minato and Ma Qiao's pursuit to fall through. After 3 or 4 times, Ma Qiao, who was on the whale Paula's back, suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed. He squatted down with a dull expression, his eyes staring blankly at something. Turned out that just now, Ma Qiao's puppet leads finally couldn't resist the power of Zhen Ye's Amaterasu dragon sect and turned into a pile of ownerless free spirits floating in the air. But it had to be said, Baventer's puppet was worthy of being a product of spirit aggregation. Its quality and density were far beyond ordinary. If it were an item made of low-level spirit energy from other worlds, it wouldn't have taken such a long time. It would have long been turned into spirit by the Amaterasu dragon sect. Phew, thank you, sister. Yi, who finally got rid of Leeds' control, exhaled softly, turned to look at Zhen Yi and thanked her. Be careful next time, I won't always be by your side, Zhen Yi admonished. I know, sister, Yi responded obediently. Then he smiled, turned to look at Seito and continued, I believe that Ah-Cheng will save me when the time comes. Seito heard this and stretched out his finger to flick Yi's forehead. Ouch! Yi pretended to reach out and cover his forehead in pain, with a pitiful look on his face. But it's strange, when I was in the Dragon Eye state, I couldn't connect with this world's dragon, Yi said to himself with some doubt. The dragon that Yi spoke of was actually the so-called information of heaven and earth. It was the necessary condition for the full power of her dragon eye. If she couldn't connect with this world's dragon, other than the most basic actions, such as foresight of the future, the present, the past, and the invisible control of heaven and earth's spirit energy, she couldn't achieve it. It's probably the world's suppression. After all, we're all outsiders, and our power systems are different. It's normal for Hairless to connect with the dragon. Seito thought for a moment and said, Of course, other than this reason, it's probably because the energy level of this world is too high. Your spiritual power hasn't reached the point where you can freely control it, so the dragon eye instinctively blocked the connection with the dragon. Yi nodded thoughtfully. I think both situations exist. At the very least, when I used the power of that thing in the Amaterasu Dragon Gate, I felt that it was very difficult. However, I could clearly feel that the nature of this power is the same as a part of the power I have. There's no rejection between different powers, but in terms of purity, it's much higher than the power I currently have. It's close to 1 or 2 levels, Zhen Yi, who also thought of something, said. Seito nodded, agreeing with Zhen Ye's deduction. What do we do now? Yi, who had temporarily put aside his thoughts, asked again. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Let's go back and take down Baventer. Seito looked in the direction of the cave where Baventer was and sneered. Okay, Yi replied confidently. Zhen Yi didn't care about this suggestion. Zhen Yi naturally had no objections. She allowed Seito to bring her and Yi back to the outside of the cave. They walked through the entrance and into the depths of the cave. Halfway through, Rakuto and his puppet whale, Paula, rushed out of the pitch-black cave's rock arm and opened its mouth to bite Seito and the other 2. Seito, Yi, and Zhen Yi all moved at the same time and escaped from Paula's mouth. However, at that moment, a few pitch-black snakes that were almost the same color as the dark cave shot toward Zhen Yi, who happened to land nearby. Zhen Yi, who felt the cold wind, nimbly dodged the black snake's attack. At the same time, she reached out and grabbed one of the snake's bodies and threw it toward the other. Then, she spun around and faced the black snake. She formed a seal with both hands and shouted, Akalanatha Fire World Curse. In an instant, a rapidly spinning scarlet flame appeared in the cave and swept toward the 2 black snakes. On the other side, Paula, who had missed again, plunged into the cave's rock wall. She disappeared. Seito narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding space. At the same time, an Iron Man with an incomplete lower body jumped down from Paula's body and swooped down toward Yi. "Eat my fist!" The Iron Man shouted with great momentum as he swung his fist at Yi. After suffering a loss, Yi, who no longer dared to underestimate Baventer and their strange puppets, did not hesitate. He immediately opened his dragon eye, stepped back, and turned around. A midsection Iato was slashed out by Yi horizontally. Bang! In an instant, a sound of iron rang out and a blade mark several inches deep immediately appeared on its body. "Damn it, how dare you destroy Master Daruka's beautiful body? Go to hell!" Seeing that his body was injured, the narcissistic Daruku immediately exploded. While flying to attack Yi, he shouted angrily. Yi's face revealed a wild smile like a carnivore seeing its prey. While nimbly dodging the attacks of the Iron Man Daruku, who was divided into several sections, he swung his blade and slashed at the enemy. Chi-chi. At this time, a few soft sounds rang out in the cave. Under the burning of the immovable Wisdom King's Fire World curse, the two black snakes did not last long before they lost all their vitality and turned into spirit droplets and disappeared. Whoosh! At this time, a sound broke through the air and whipped toward Zhenye's back. Zhenye moved his feet and rushed forward, dodging the black shadow's cold whip. Bang! The missing black shadow directly smashed into the ground, creating a 2-finger-wide crack in the hard rock ground. In the next second, the crack on the ground squirmed slightly. A black snake that he had seen before once again appeared in the cave and charged toward Zhenye. Bang, bang, bang. Then, 3 more muffled sounds rang out. 3 more black snakes emerged from the new crack and also charged toward Zhenye. Seeing this, Zhenye flipped his right hand and a long blade with strange patterns on its surface appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and slashed at the black snake. Clang, 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 clang. The clear sound of metal clashing immediately echoed in the cave. At this time, Taro Du and his puppet Paula, who had been hiding, suddenly rushed out from under Seito's feet. They opened their mouths and swallowed him into their bodies. They disappeared into the rock wall above the cave. But in the next second, there was a loud boom. Seito's figure appeared in the cave along with the scattered rock wall rubble. Plop! At the same time, Taro Du's old body fell from the broken rock wall and heavily hit the ground. How is this possible? Taro Du looked at Seito in shock and asked in a trembling voice. "Do you think you're the only one in the world who has mastered spatial ability?" Seito sneered as he cast spatial power on Taro Du, forming a sealing technique to cover him. Through the power of the technique, he shrunk Taro Du and took him into his hand. Then, he turned his palm and put Taro Du away. It turned out that the moment Taro Du's puppet Paula swallowed Seito, Seito instantly summoned the divine blade in his body, celestial clouds. He stimulated the round energy in his body to transform into spatial power and slashed out with Getsuga Tensho. At this time, Paula, who was using spatial movement, did not have any defensive power. In addition, it was a spatial attack, so under the collision of the 2 different types of attack power, Paula's body was immediately swept into the explosion of spatial turbulence. She was transferred to an unknown space and spat out Seito and Taro Du. After getting rid of Taro Du, who liked to sneak attack, Seito turned his attention to Zhenye and Yi. After fighting a few rounds with those black snakes, Zhenye, who finally grasped the location of the black snake's master through the sound of breaking air, suddenly spun around, shook off the black snake, and rushed into the depths of the cave. Then, 2 to 3 seconds later, the sound of fierce fighting came from the depths of the cave. However, this fighting sound did not last long. After about half a minute, it quieted down again. However, the 4 black snakes that existed before seemed to have lost the supply of power and exploded, turning into free spirits and dissipating in the air. Probably noticing Sei-Ito and Zhen Ye's movements, Yi, who had been fighting the Iron Man that scattered and regrouped from time to time, had a golden light in his dragon eyes. He inexplicably slashed at the position in front of him. In an instant, the Iron Man's movements suddenly stopped, and then suddenly collapsed into dozens of scattered iron fragments of varying sizes, falling to the ground with a clatter. Seeing this, Sei-Ito understood that Yi must have used the image of fate that he had gathered from the Iron Man's information to complete the killing of the Iron Man by shattering it. Huff 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 huff. Yi, who had put away his dragon eyes, stood in place and gasped for breath. Obviously, even after such a long time of cultivation, this mysterious fate slash still made Yi feel a little overwhelmed. Thud, 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 thud. Following a series of light footsteps, Shinya walked out of the cave with an unconscious middle-aged man in his hand. Plop! Zhen Yi, who was standing not far from Sei-Ito, casually threw the middle-aged man to the ground. This person was none other than the ambitious Yuta Kawarii. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't waste any time and directly used a sealing technique to seal and compress Yuta Kawarii, putting him together with Kido, who had been sealed earlier. "Are you okay?" Sei-Ito asked as he looked at Yi, whose breathing had gradually calmed down. "Yes, there's no problem," Yi replied with a smile. "Well, let's continue. There should be 3 people inside," Sei-Ito said with a smile. "Okay," Yi responded. Then, Sei-Ito, Zhen Yi, and Yi resumed their steps and moved deeper into the cave. Because they had already explored this place before, Sei-Ito, who knew where Bavender was hiding, quickly led Zhen Yi and Yi to appear in Bavender's stronghold. However, at this time, the stronghold was already empty, and not a single person was left. Chapter 1392. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Knight Wanderer and Malice Blade for their precious monthly votes. Sei-Ito looked around and saw that the remaining Baventer had indeed escaped. "It seems that they've run away. Let's go back as well," said Sei-Ito. "Okay," Yi responded. Mayo nodded in agreement. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. He wrapped his arms around Mayo and Yi's waists, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the house in Kazucho. Sei-Ito first let go of Mayo and Yi's waists, took 2 steps back, and summoned his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Rita Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, and Tsutomu Kagura. Tsutomu Kagura, who noticed the sudden change in her surroundings, instinctively let out 2 low gasps. His mother, Eriko, and his elder sister, Rin Ito, both frowned at the same time after they appeared, and a low groan came from their throats. "Little brother, where are we?" Suzu Ito asked. Sei-Ito, who knew what Suzu Ito and his mother Eriko had discovered, explained with a smile, "The world where the ghost path spells and footwork techniques were produced. It's a world called Shinigami." "Do you feel it?" Sei-Ito asked. "Well, it's a very pure aura. Even with my current strength, it's a bit difficult to control it." Ito Rin nodded and said, then turned to look at her mother, Eriko, who was beside her. Eriko, who understood Suzu Ito's meaning, also nodded in agreement. "I intend to let you all cultivate in this environment for a period of time until you can completely control the free spirit particles in the surrounding air as you wish." Seeing that the few people in front of him had discovered the abnormality, he said, "I intend to let you all cultivate in this environment for a period of time until you can completely control the free spirit particles in the surrounding air." Sei-Ito said. "Okay." Suzu Ito's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she agreed in a crisp voice. "I still have to cultivate." At the same time, Ito Rina's helpless voice sounded. "It's okay if you don't want to, I can send you back later, but if you want to come out in the future, you might not have a chance." Seito looked at Itorina's face and said with a smile, "Lena, this is a rare opportunity. I believe that as long as you can control this level of Reiki skillfully, there will be no more bottle wells before you reach level S." Suzu Ito reached out and hugged Itolina. "Renee, don't waste Aching's painstaking efforts," Eriko on the side also advised. "I understand." Rita Ito first looked at her elder sister and mother, then turned to look at Seito, and finally nodded. At this point, no one had any more objections. After getting a unified answer, Seito didn't beat around the bush. After bringing his mother, Eriko, and others to familiarize themselves with the environment of the house, he began to renovate the whole house a second time, and set up a spirit-gathering formation in some rooms for everyone to use for cultivation. At the same time, to improve everyone's mood, Seito summoned a couple of guan foxes. They played the role of pets for everyone to play with, and at the same time, they were responsible for the security work around the house. After all, because of the spirit-gathering formation, the spiritual energy around the house was a little different from the surrounding areas. It might attract some voids, shinigami, and some bored people who were passing by. Seito stayed at home for 3 days until everyone was on the right track. Then, he set off again. His figure flashed and disappeared from the house in an instant, and then appeared on a street in Soul Society's quiet Soul Society in the next second. Seito changed into the Shinigami costume and disguised himself as a Shinigami and walked to the 12th Division's building. Itosei was familiar with the road, so he soon arrived at the outside of the 12th Division. He released his mental power to cover his body and formed an illusion domain to hide his figure. Then, he swaggered into the 12th Division's building. Unlike the other division's buildings with training grounds, the 12th Division was a non-combat division whose members were scientific researchers. There was no training ground in the building at all, but a huge laboratory-like house. In addition to the team members' residences, there were various laboratories and some spiritual material storage rooms. There was also a large room used to store the spiritual energy host. It had to be said that although Soul Society as a whole looked very old and didn't look like it had entered the modern era at all, the 12th Division had everything they needed. It had completely reached the level of electronic office. Because of the protection of the illusion domain, Seito successfully found the room where the 12th Division's captain, Mayuri, was located after a search. Seito, who was standing at the door, opened the door. Just as Seito pushed the door open and walked into the room, a strange voice suddenly sounded, and then a red fireball rushed towards Seito's body. Seito's mental power moved slightly, and he raised his hand to slap the fireball. In an instant there was a soft sound, and the fireball that flew in front of Seito suddenly disappeared. Ghost Path Advanced Countermeasure Technique, Anti-Ghost Kill. A method of using the same quality and quantity of Ghost Path as the opponent to destroy the opponent's Ghost Path. Behind the disappeared fireball, the 12th Division's captain, Mayuri, who was wearing a black Shinigami costume and a white captain's feather jacket, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. He had a strange head shape, but more or less looked like a pharaoh. She was wearing a short skirt, a red collar around her neck, a woman with a cold expression, black hair braided into a braid behind her head. Nye Inmeng stood quietly beside him. "Who are you?" Mayuri tilted his head and looked at Seito. "My name is Seito. I have a deal to discuss with you." Seito walked into the room and closed the door with a smile. "Seito? The one with Aizen?" Mayuri ignored Seito and continued to ask. "Yes." Itosei, who knew what kind of person Mayuri was, didn't mind and still responded with a smile. "Aizen sent you?" Mayuri asked again. "No, I have a deal to discuss with you," Seito replied. "You? Not interested. Go back to where you came from before I change my mind." Mayuri's tone was full of disgust. "You're not interested in Baventer's body?" Seito raised his eyebrows. You have Baventer's body? Mayuri, who was just about to turn around and continue his experiment, paused when he heard this. His eyes fell on Itose again and asked. Seito didn't say much. He turned his hand and took out a sealed Baventer crystal. He placed it on his palm for Mayuri to observe. It's actually a space-type ghost Dao technique. Mayuri looked at the sealed crystal in Seito's hand in surprise. Mayuri put aside his irrelevant thoughts and looked at Seito. What do you want? Her. Seito turned to look at Nye Inmeng, who was standing silently behind Mayuri. Ha ha ha. You actually want this useless toy? Mayuri laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Despite this, Nye Inmeng's face didn't show any abnormality. Although she's only a toy made by me, the value of a single Baventer isn't enough. A moment later, Kakunli, who had suddenly restrained all his smiles, said disdainfully. Seito turned his hand and another sealed crystal appeared in his palm. What if I add one more? I can exchange it for half of her body, Mayuri said. Itose frowned and said in a deep voice, What if there is an Ajucha's class arrayed surface breaker? You can get an Achuka's class Arancore? Mayuri narrowed his eyes. Yes, Itose replied in a deep voice. Deal. Mayuri said straightforwardly. Seeing this, Itose did not hesitate and threw the two crystals with Baventer sealed in them to Mayuri. At the same time, he said, I hope you won't break your promise. Maori, who reached out to take the two crystals, sneered. I'll go get you an Achuka's class Arancore, but during this time, I hope you can clean up all the problems on her body. I don't want to hurt our relationship because of her. Seito continued. Then wait until you catch Achuka's arrayed surface, Mayuri said impatiently as he turned around to face the experiment table. Humph. Seito snorted and walked out of Mayuri's room. As for the method to remove the seal, he would let Mayuri think about it himself. With his abnormal brain, it wouldn't take long for him to find a way to break it. Bastard. 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 You were only discovered after someone invaded this place. What are those guys doing outside? Mayuri shouted as soon as Seito left. Nye Inmeng, who was used to this, didn't say much. She just stood there quietly and waited for Mayuri to calm down. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Mayuri to calm down. He ordered Nye Inmeng, follow me. Yes. Nye Inmeng replied in a low voice. Then, she followed Nye Huli into an even more secret laboratory. On the other side, Itose, who had left the 12th Division's building and left a positioning rune outside the building, disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in a world of yellow sand. Needless to say, this was Hueco Mundo. Then Itose chose the right direction and moved towards the location of Las Noches Palace. After all, compared to searching aimlessly, there were more Achuka's class Arancore near Las Noches Palace. Seito didn't know if it was his luck, but when Seito was halfway there, a strange combination of two Arancore Lowly and a giant sandworm Arancore appeared in his line of sight. They happily ran forward. Chapter 1393. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Seito looked at the approaching sand and dust and couldn't help but sigh. Then Seito stopped and stood in place to wait. After about 3 minutes, Nero's train chase game came to an end with a long whoosh and the little Loli's scream. Ouch! Niru lost her balance and fell into the sand. Niru's former subordinate, who was now her second brother, Peishua Kadisii, hurriedly shouted and ran towards Niru. However, just as he was about to reach Nero, Itose appeared in front of Nero in a flash. He squatted down and stretched out his hands to help Nero up. Are you okay? Seito asked with a smile. I'm fine. Niru looked at the humanoid Seito and said with some fear. In Nilu's young mind, Any humanoid creature was a terrible enemy, an existence that would destroy them. If that human had some traces of the hollow, then she would be a group of people who would treat her as food. Thinking of this, Niru's face immediately showed a hint of uneasiness, and circles of tears began to appear in her eyes. "Let go of Niru," Peishua shouted as he put his feet together, moved his body horizontally, and kicked towards Sei Ito's face at high speed. Sei Ito's body flashed and appeared on the sand not far away with Niru in his arms. Boom! Peishua's attack missed and he landed heavily on the sand. The huge force directly kicked a 2-meter deep hole in the sand. A large amount of sand and dust was stirred up. Death God, hurry up and let go of Niru. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. He had a big head, bulging eyes, a yellow body, and a large number of red circular spots on his body. He looked like a fat version of a clown, and was now a little lowly version of Niru's big brother. He was Niru's former subordinate, and he was now a little lowly version of Niru's big brother. "Who told you that I'm the Grim Reaper?" Sei Ito looked at Dundachaka with amusement. "He's in human form, and he's wearing the Death Tyrant's suit. Although he didn't cut through my blade, what else could he be but a death god? Don't tell me that we are still weak." Peishua pulled his body out of the sand and ran to Dongdachaka's side. "Can't it be Quincy?" Sei Ito asked again. Peishua and Dongdachaka were stunned. They looked at each other subconsciously. "I don't care what you are. Let go of Nilu or don't blame us for being rude." Peishua regained his senses and threatened loudly again. "Do you want her to recover?" Sei Ito, who was holding Nero's body with one arm and gently touching the mask on Nero's forehead with his right hand, suddenly asked. What did you say?" Peishua and Dondachaka asked as if they didn't hear him clearly. "I said, do you want Nilu to recover completely?" Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out a lollipop. He lowered his head and handed it to Nilu. "Eat it. It's delicious." She looked at the lollipop with teary eyes and wrinkled her nose. Then, she stuck out her big tongue and carefully licked it. Her eyes immediately lit up and she happily put the lollipop into her mouth with a look of enjoyment. "Recover? What do you mean recover? Why don't we understand what you're talking about?" Peishua, who looked at Dundachaka, pretended to be on guard and said, "Are you pretending to be dumb? Then I'll make it clearer. Do you want Nilu to recover completely? Do you want her to become Nilu Eludo Dishuvank again, and regain her identity as the Ten Blades?" Sei Ito looked up at Dundachaka and Peishua and said softly, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing Sei Ito being so straightforward, Peishua, who knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, secretly gathered his spiritual pressure and questioned in a deep voice. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sei Ito. I'm a human. I'm currently doing bad things in the dark." Sei Ito smiled and said, "Human?" Dundachaka asked suspiciously. "It's the real deal." Ito-sei smiled. "Then how do you know about us?" Peishua asked again. "I have some confidence in intelligence," Sei Ito said with a mysterious smile. Then, his gaze swept across Dundachaka and Peishua. "Dundachaka Bilstein, Peishua Kadachaka. What's your purpose?" Two Void's heart tightened when their names were called. Then, Dundachaka asked. "Because I like her." Sei Ito looked down at the little lowly Nilu, who was happily licking a large lollipop in his arms, and said, Feeling something strange, Nilu looked up at Sei Ito in confusion. "It's fine. You can eat." Sei Ito gently stroked Nilu's mask and said softly. The pure Nilu didn't think too much and continued to suck on the lollipop in her mouth. Dundachaka and Peishua looked at each other. They didn't really believe Sei Ito's words, but they had never seen Sei Ito before. They couldn't find a reason why he would help Nilu recover. They could only believe that Sei Ito really liked Nilu. However, this made Dundachaka and Peishua feel even more strange. Human and voids, this combination is really like a sheep and a wolf. Are you sure you don't want to use the recovered Nilu to do something? Pei Shui asked worriedly. You should know what kind of person Nilu is. Do you think she's the kind of person who doesn't care about reason and does things indiscriminately? Seito looked at Pei Shui with interest and asked. Hearing this, Pei Shui and Dundachaka both trembled. They couldn't help but think of the Nilu-sama they used to serve. At that time, Nilu-sama indeed wouldn't kill people indiscriminately or kill voids without reason. That was not in line with her belief of never kill meaninglessly. What do you need us to do? Pei Shui, who had let go of most of his worries, asked. You don't need to do anything. Just don't come and cause trouble while I'm helping Nilu recover. Seito chuckled. Really? Pei Shui asked in disbelief. I don't need to lie to you about this. Seito said faintly. I understand. I'll guard the side with Dundachaka and won't let anyone disturb you. Pei Shui said with a firm tone. Ito-sei ignored Pei Shui's decision. He lowered his body and put Nero on the sand. He gently forced her to face him, then reached out and covered the broken goat's skull mask on Nero's head. With a thought, he channeled the world force from the world of Shinigami into his palm and slowly inputted it into the mask on Nero's head, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Almost instantly, a wave of spirit force began to gather around Nilu's body. On the side, Pei Shui and Dundachaka, who noticed the surrounding spirit particles, looked at each other. They were on full alert as they carefully observed the surroundings to prevent the voids attracted by the changes here from destroying the recovery. At this moment, the two of them had already decided that even if they died, they would ensure Nilu-sama's smooth recovery. Under the infusion of world force, Nilu's face immediately showed a comfortable expression. In the microscopic world that was difficult to detect even with mental power, the world force injected into the mask immediately transformed into a strange substance similar to the mask itself during the process of contact with the mask. Quickly integrated into the mask, and then quickly split and grew from the damaged part of the mask, repairing the traces of damage on the mask. During this process, more and more powerful spirit force fluctuations spread out with Nilu and Seito as the center. Master Nilu. Feeling the changes in the surrounding environment, Dundachaka and Pei Shui, who suddenly felt that there was hope for Nilu-sama's recovery, murmured almost at the same time. 5 minutes passed quickly in this kind of waiting and change. Schwa. At this moment, accompanied by a whistling sound, an Achukas-class Arrancar appeared above Seito and Nilu, who was beginning to form a spirit shield, and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I thought a grand void had advanced, but I didn't expect to find something incredible. Death God, be obedient and be eaten by me together with the spirit ball in front of you. Don't even think about it. Dundachaka and Pei Shui shouted at the same time. Two small fries dare to be arrogant in front of me, courting death. Arrancar glanced at Dundachaka and Pei Shui on the ground and sneered. Then he waved his arm, and a void flash instantly blasted toward the two. Dundachaka and Pei Shui were originally Arrancar-class subordinate. Although they had regressed to the level of Jillian due to the damage of the mask, they did not forget the combat skills they should have. They both dodged with a high-speed movement. Boom! In the loud noise, the void flash blasted a huge circular hole with a diameter of 10 meters in the sand. Dundachaka! Pei Shui shouted. Dundachaka, who instantly understood Pei Shui's plan, did not hesitate. He immediately stood in place and opened his mouth to form a void bullet. It was also at this time that Pei Shui rushed to Dongdachaka's side and jumped onto Dongdachaka's head. The archers waved their hands and also gathered a fake bullet. Fusion Void Flash. In the next second, Dongdachaka and Pei Shui's void bullets shot out at the same time. The void bullets merged into a thick blue beam that was not inferior to an Achuka's level void flash. In fact, it was even among the Achuka's level void flashes and shot towards the Facebreaker void. However, their attack was one step too slow. When the fusion void flash was shot out, Arrancar Void used ring spin to dodge and was not hit by the fusion void flash. Humph! Arrancar Void appeared in front of Dundachaka and slapped Dundachaka's head, sending him flying. "I'll deal with you guys later." Arrancar Void, who sent Pei Shui flying, said in disdain. Then he turned to look at Seito and used ring spin to appear next to him. Chapter 1394. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Knight Wanderer, NXCX, Instant Potato, and Malicious Blade for their precious monthly vote. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tip. Bakudo number 39, Round Gate Lock. Dang. With a soft sound, Faka Void's attack was stopped by a circular transparent barrier that suddenly appeared beside Seito. Then Seito waved his arm, and a circular energy ball immediately flew toward Faka Void. Bakudo number 54, a waste flame. Faka Void, who felt the danger, immediately left Seito's side. Faka Void, who reappeared, narrowed his eyes slightly. His right hand held the hilt at his waist, and he slowly pulled the Zanpakudo out of the scabbard. Then his body moved, and he once again appeared beside Seito, and slashed down with the Zanpakudo. Seito still didn't move. His arm turned slightly, and he released a Kido at Faka Void. Bakudo number 33, flashes of mouth. In an instant, 3 triangular yellow spirit droplet light arrows suddenly appeared in front of Pamion Su. They carried a huge force as they hit Pamion Su's body, sending him flying back a short distance. Then Seito's hand gesture changed again, and he released another Kido, Bakudo number 61, 6 staff light prison. 6 bright yellow light arrows immediately appeared around Faka Void's body, and together they pierced his waist, imprisoning Faka Void in place. Bastard! Faka Void, whose body was restricted, roared angrily, and a violent burst of Ryatsu erupted from his body. It stimulated the imprisonment formed by the 6 staff light prison, and it made a strange creaking sound. Seito, who was maintaining the output of the world force, didn't stop moving, and he raised his 2 fingers. A black cube formed by the dual energy of space and Ryatsu immediately broke out of the desert under Faka Void's feet, and it completely enveloped Faka Void. Tao Breaker 90, Black Coffin. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, a few muffled sounds were heard. Pasu, who was covered in blood and looked a little hot, appeared from the black cuboid formed by the black coffin that only lasted for a few seconds. His knees were weak as he knelt on the ground. Seito's finger made a light stroke, and the space around Pushue fluctuated, forming a transparent cuboid that sealed Pushue inside, slowly compressing inwards. All right. So strong. Pei Shui and Dong Dachaka, who had run back, muttered in shock. Obviously, Seito's action of using only a few moves of Kido to take down an Asiuka's level face spring void that they couldn't deal with even if they joined forces had deeply shocked their weak souls. As expected, in a world with a spiritual particle energy system, it's still the spiritual particle magic. The ghost Tao, that's more powerful. There's no need to care about the rejection between the worlds. He stretched out his hand. Seito thought to himself as he put away the seal crystal that had turned into the size of a fist into his hand. Immediately, he put this useless thought aside and continued to help Niru recover. However, the fluctuation of spiritual power here was destined to not let Seito and the others rest. Therefore, after another half a minute, along with several swish, swish sounds, 3 Jillian-level face spring voids of varying strength appeared around Seito, Pei Shui, and Dong Dachaka. They stared at the spiritual particle light shield. At this time, Niru, who was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual particles, had a greedy look in her eyes. However, before they could make a move, Along with two more sounds, two new Asiuka's level face spring voids appeared on the scene. Not good. Looking at the situation in front of him, Pei Shui whispered to Dong Dechaka beside him. Yeah. Dong Dechaka agreed. How about we give up this opportunity and Niru go with Niru? Let's take Niru and run. Pei Shui sneakily glanced at Sei Ito and suggested. Can we run? Dong Dechaka was a bit tempted. We can run, as long as you let your battle spirit Bava and Bava out to cause trouble. Then we will leave that guy here as bait. With our many years of experience, we can definitely run away, Pei Shui said with certainty. Okay, let's do that. Dong Dechaka nodded in agreement. If you don't want to die, scram. A burly Asiuka's level face spring void glanced at the 3 Jillian level face spring voids and coldly shouted. The 3 Jillian level face spring voids heard this and their expressions changed. They looked back at the face spring voids with an ugly expression. Still not scramming? The face spring voids overflowed with spiritual pressure and coldly said, Yes, master, we will go now. One of the Jillian level face spring voids lowered his head and responded. Then, without hesitation, he activated his ring and left the scene where 2 Asiuka's level face spring voids were fighting. Seeing one of the voids leave, the other 2 Jillian level face spring voids didn't stay and also activated their rings and left. It had to be said that the law of the jungle in the virtual world had been deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they knew that as long as they devoured the thing that was devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, they would still be forced to leave due to their lack of strength, giving up on this opportunity. Since you guys aren't leaving, then stay here. The face spring voids that made the 3 Jillian level face spring voids retreat looked at Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka and coldly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used Void Flash on the 2 of them. Do it! Pei Shui shouted. Immediately, Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, who had a tacit understanding, used high-speed footwork to rush to Sei Ito's side and reached out to grab Niru, who was devouring the spirit force. In the process, a very huge white-boned sandworm suddenly broke out from the sand where Dong Dechaka and Pei Shui were standing before. One of the Asiuka's level face spring voids launched a large void flash, courting death. The face spring voids that were targeted roared angrily. They roused their spiritual pressure and waved their hands to hit the void flash that flew in front of them. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the distance. At the same time, a large cloud of yellow sand was blown up like water. It fell back to the ground again. In the process, the other Asiuka's level face spring voids that weren't taken care of flashed. He appeared beside Pei Shui, grabbed Pei Shui, and threw him at Dong Dechaka. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely and immediately rolled to the side like rolling gourds. You are all mine. The face spring voids that dealt with Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka reached out to grab Sei Ito and Niru while laughing excitedly. The other face spring voids that suddenly appeared beside Sei Ito and kicked him away shouted coldly, Don't even think about it. Then, he waved his hand and swept it towards Ito-sei. Judging from the strength of the punch and the sound of it breaking through the air, even if one didn't carefully sense it, it was clear that if one was hit by such a heavy punch, the result would definitely not be good. However, just when the attack was about to hit Sei Ito's face, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Sei Ito's face. The next moment, accompanied by a bright pillar of light that suddenly soared into the sky, a huge spiritual pressure that far exceeded that of an ordinary Asiuka's level face spring voids that were beside Sei Ito were blown away. At the same time, a large amount of sand around Sei Ito was blown away. A thick cloud of dust covered Sei Ito's figure. This spiritual pressure, it's Niru-sama's. Dong Dechaka and Pei Shui, who were lying on Dong Dechaka's body, exclaimed in unison. The next second, a strong wind blew away the cloud of dust. Sei Ito stood up and wrapped around his waist. She was wearing a green top that could only cover half of her body. Even the bottom curve of her chest couldn't be covered. Her arms, slender legs, and flat abdomen were completely exposed. She was only a little shorter than Seito and about the same height as Shinya. She looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. She was less than 30 years old, and her long green hair draped down her back naturally appeared in front of the voids. This mature woman was none other than the original 30th blade, Nellie Eludo de Shufank. Thank you. Nellie looked at Seito with a flat expression and thanked him. Seito smiled and accepted Nellie's gratitude. Niru-sama, Niru-sama. Hearing Nellie's voice, Pei Shui and Dong Dechaka, who recovered from their shock, ran towards Nellie with tears in their eyes and shouted excitedly. Pei Shui, Dong Dechaka. You've worked hard during this time. Niru turned around and looked at Pei Shui and Tundachaka, who had stopped a step away from her and knelt on one knee to salute her. It's not hard, as long as Niru-sama can be happy. Pei Shui shook his head. Can you also repair the damage to their faces? Nero turned her head and looked at Ito-sei's face again and asked. Yes. With Bodni in mind, Ito-sei didn't even hesitate to agree. Thank you. Nellie thanked him with a sincere expression. But before that, we should get rid of the two of them. Ito-sei turned around and looked at the two Achuka's level Facebreaker Voidwalkers who had been on guard ever since Niru appeared and said, You can also take this opportunity to recover the spiritual power you have lost over the years. Okay. Nellie's belief was not to do meaningless killing, but that didn't mean she didn't kill. That would be nonsense for a void like Nellie. After all, Vasto Lord had evolved from the lowest rank void, who knew how many of his kind he had killed and devoured. Therefore, she simply agreed. Immediately, the figures of Ito-sei and Nero flashed and appeared in front of the two Achuka's class Arankars, attacking them with their own method. Suddenly, Niru appeared in front of one of the Facebreaker Void. She reached out and grabbed the void. A sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed at the Facebreaker Voids in front of her. The void was startled and instinctively raised its sword to block. Boom! Although Nellie had just recovered, she was still the most powerful Vasto Lord rank voids. Even in this situation, the quantity and quality of her spiritual pressure were not comparable to this Achuka's rank voids. Not to mention that the thing that helped her recover was the omnipotent energy of the world. In the process of her recovery, it also helped Nellie to gather and absorb a lot of spiritual power, which made the gap between them even bigger. So when the two collided, the void was sent flying, and cracks appeared on the surface of the Zanpakuto. Then, Nellie raised her arm and launched a pink void flash at the void that was sent flying. Boom! The rapid void flash instantly hit the void that was sent flying backward, causing a violent explosion. A few seconds later, when the energy smoke from Void Flash's explosion dissipated, Faceless Void appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an extremely sorry state. Nellie held the Zanpakuto and walked towards the opponent step by step. Who are you? Struggling to get up from the ground, Pamion's expression was unsightly as he looked at Nilu who was walking towards him. I am Nellie Eludo de Shuvank, the 30th Blade of Las Noches Temple, Nellie replied softly. 10th Blade? So that's how it is, no wonder your strength is so strong, I didn't lose unjustly. The void was shocked at first, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. For them, who were accessories of the void experiment, who didn't even enter the numerical ranking, the 10th Blade was an existence that was out of their reach. They didn't expect to meet one here, and it was the 30th Blade. Even if it fell into the numerical group, it would definitely be a guy that was close to the numerical ranking, so he didn't have the slightest intention to resist. Driven by this knowledge, this shattering Voidface calmly accepted Niru's attack and allowed Niru to devour his Voidface. At the same time when Nellie killed the Void and devoured the opponent's Void, Seito used various cheating methods to successfully seal the other Void into the shrunken crystal and put it away. Let's get out of here first. Saito turned to look at Nellie and said. Okay. Nellie, who knew that this was not a place to stay for long, immediately left the scene with Saito with Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka, moving quickly towards the depths of Hueco Mundo. After a while, Saito and the others found a relatively hidden place in a canyon formed by several weathered rock walls and stopped. You two come here. Saito looked at Pei Shui and Dondi Shaka, who followed Nellie, and said, Wait. You'd better tell us your purpose first, otherwise we won't accept your help. Although he knew that Saito wanted to restore the damage of their voids, Pei Shui still said righteously. Obviously, in his heart, as long as it was for Nellie, it didn't matter if they couldn't restore their original appearance. Similarly, Dondi Shaka also had the same intention. Hearing Pei Shui's words, Nellie also looked at Saito's face. Saito heard this, and his eyes first quietly swept over Pei Shui, Dondi Shaka, and Nellie, then without making a sound, he walked towards Nellie step by step. Chapter 1395. P.S. Thanks to Dreamer, 33 Layers, Goo 1688788014, and Malice Section Blade, for their precious monthly vote. Seeing Saito approaching, Pei Shui and Dong Shaka instinctively wanted to block in front of Neru, but they were immediately stopped by Neru. She quietly watched Saito approach her. Saito passed through the door formed by Pei Shui and Dong Shaka and stood in front of Neru. Suddenly, Saito stretched out his arm and hugged Neru's body before she could react. He gently pulled Neru into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed Neru's lips as she instinctively looked up at him. Then, he stuck his tongue into her mouth and chased after her. Pei Shui and Dong Shaka were dumbfounded by the change in front of them. They stood aside and didn't know what to say. This is my purpose. After a while, Saito separated from Neru and looked at Neru in his arms. At the same time, he explained to Pei Shui and Dong Shaka. So from now on, you are mine, Neru. Neru didn't say anything and silently agreed with Saito's announcement. Saito gently let go of Neru with a smile on his face. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Pei Shui and Dong Shaka and said, Can you accept my help now? Pei Shui and Dong Shaka looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Saito took Pei Shui and Dong Shaka to the side and stood there. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on each of them. He transferred the world force that he obtained from changing Neru's fate to his hands and poured it into Pei Shui and Dong Shaka's body. He let their instincts guide the repair of the mask. However, as soon as the world force entered their bodies, Saito's expression changed slightly, and a pained look flashed in his eyes. It turned out that although Pei Shui and Dong Shaka were not very strong, the damage to their masks was in the nature of deprivation. Except for the part that was used to maintain the existence of Hollow, most of the broken masks were lost. Therefore, to completely repair the damage to their masks, the amount of world force needed was no less than the amount used to repair Neru, who was a Vasto Lord. This made Ito-sei regret his miscalculation. However, since things had already reached this point, Saito naturally wouldn't go back on his words. He boldly strengthened the infusion of the world force. It accelerated the repair speed of the two's damaged mask. Under the infusion of the power of the world, waves of spiritual droplets began to surge around Pei Shui and Dong Shaka, entering their bodies like iron filings attracted by magnet. On the side, a faint smile appeared on Nero's face when she saw that things were on the right track. Then turned and left. She went to protect Saito, Pei Shui, and Dong Shaka, who were recovering. Neru's deterrence was powerful, or it could be said that her strength was very strong. Therefore, it was not until more than 10 minutes later that the masks of Pei Shui and Dong Shaka were completely restored that Ito-ching saw some blind hollows coming here to look for food. Whoosh! the sound of something breaking through the air. The spirit shields around Pei Shui and Dong de Shaka suddenly turned into two pillars of light and shot into the sky. After 3 to 4 seconds, the pillars of light around the two suddenly exploded into countless photons and scattered. Pei Shui and Dong de Shaka's figures reappeared in front of Sei Ito and Neru, who had just returned with the echo transmission. In the place where Pei Shui originally stood, there was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall, slightly shorter than Sei Ito by 2 to 3 centimeters. He was thin and looked like a thin bamboo pole. His face was slightly long, and there was a white bone mask that looked like a headband on his forehead. His black hair was neatly combed back, replacing Pei Shui. Similarly, a tall man who was more than 2 meters tall had a robust and burly body and a round head. One could vaguely see Dong de Shaka's original appearance. The damaged mask was on his neck like a neck brace, and there was only a small circle of red hair on the top of his head that replaced Dong de Shaka. Congratulations, Pei Shui, Dong de Shaka. Looking at the two, Neru congratulated them with a smile. Greetings, Master Neru. Pei Shui and Dong de Shaka, who came back to their senses, moved together and knelt on one knee. Don't call me Master anymore. Just like before, call me Neru. Neru shook her head slightly and said, The previous test was just to protect you, Master Neru. Since you have recovered your original appearance, then we have to return to our original appearance. Dong de Shaka said with his head lowered. Yes. Pei Shui agreed. Then do as you please. Neru looked at the two quietly and said softly, You can get up. Neru continued. Pei Shui and Dong de Shaka didn't argue and stood up. At the same time, Neru's gaze fell on Sei Ito and asked, What are we going to do next? Since you have already followed me, then I will naturally arrange a good place for you. Sei Ito smiled. After he finished speaking, he took Neru, Pei Shui, and Dong de Shaka, who had recovered their damaged masks, into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the spirit-eating world that was dominated by spiritual power. This is the modern world? Neru, who took in the surrounding modern buildings, asked. Yes and no. Sei Ito smiled. He then reminded her, Try using your ability. See if you can still open the black space that connects to Hueco Mundo. Neru didn't hesitate after receiving the hint. She immediately activated her voidness ability and pointed at the air in front of her. It was just like an ordinary finger pointing at the air. Apart from a slight ripple in the air, there was no pitch-black crack that appeared when the black space was opened. It remained the same. Neru turned to look at Sei Ito and asked, This is another world that is different from the main world, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. In other words, from the moment we appeared here, we have been completely cut off from the original world. Ito Sei explained softly with a faint smile on his face. Another world. Neru muttered to herself. Sei Ito didn't say anything else. He brought Neru and her subordinates, Pei Shui and Dong de Shaka, around the spirit-eating continent, helping them familiarize themselves with the situation there. More than an hour later, Sei Ito, Neru, and Dong de Shaka appeared in a remote mountain. With a thought from Sei Ito, a spatial ripple spread out with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, the spatial ripple disappeared from Neru and the others' senses. Next, Neru, Pei Shui, and Dong de Shaka felt the space around them tremble slightly before turning blurry. It was as if the space they were in had been separated from the outside world. Then, Ito Sei's mind moved again, and a large amount of majestic spiritual power and several underground spiritual veins appeared in this isolated space. While increasing the concentration of spiritual power in this space, it also transformed the terrain of this space. After handing the rest of the work to the magic cube, Sei Ito turned to look at Neru and said with a smile, From today onwards, you are the master of this space. It turned out that Neru and the others' senses were correct. Seito had indeed separated this large space from the main space of the spirit-eating continent by raising the dimensional wave band, forming a high-dimensional world like Hueco Mundo or Soul Society. By absorbing the spiritual energy of the Death God's world, Hueco Mundo's world, the spiritual energy supply of the Magic Cube's world, and the spiritual energy from the spirit veins of the spirit-eating continent, the spiritual energy density of this space was increased and the environment of the space was modified. In this way, even if I leave the Death God's world in the future, I will have a cultivation space that can allow me to control spiritual energy at the spirit spawn level. Seito thought while creating this space. At the same time, he let his imagination run wild. It seems that I can also change this method slightly and create a few special dimensional spaces to be the immortal realm, divine realm. Then, Seito reached out and touched Neru's forehead, giving Neru a power and authority. This power and authority was not something else. It was the same as the ability of Hueco Mundo to open the black space to the main world and Soul Society. It allowed Neru to freely enter and exit this space, the spirit-eating continent or other continents and planets, and give others similar authority. Thank you, sir. Neru bowed her head and thanked him. Let's go. Choose a place you like, and I will build a palace for you, Seito said. Then, Seito used his power and flew up from the ground with Neru. He chose a suitable place in this constantly changing space and built a small palace for Neru to live in. All right, you should rest here and recover your strength. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. I will come back to see you later. In the palace, Seito handed Neru 2 sets of clothes like the 10 blades and said, "Okay." Neru, who reached out and took the white robe, responded softly. Seito smiled at Neru, then left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to Hueco Mundo. Let's stop absorbing spiritual particles for now. After completing the transaction with Nirvana Cocoon and bringing back Landau and Nirvana Dream, I'll return to Hueco Mundo and continue absorbing. Itose thought. As for why he did not absorb it in Soul Society, it was still the same reason. The spiritual droplets there were full of the scattered souls of Yawatch. Seito had no interest in absorbing that kind of spiritual energy into the Rubik's Cube world. Although the spiritual droplets in Hueco Mundo were not very good, and the proportion of negative energy was slightly larger, don't forget that the Rubik's Cube world originally had spiritual energy. Although its nature was a little worse than spiritual droplets, it could dilute the negative energy in Hueco Mundo by a lot. Coupled with the long-distance rotation of the spirit vein connected to the spirit-eating continent, it was enough to convert the absorbed energy of Hueco Mundo into a peaceful spiritual droplet energy suitable for any life form to absorb. Then, Seito temporarily stopped absorbing energy. With a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from Hueco Mundo. The next second, he appeared outside Soul Society's 12th Divisions building. He opened his illusion domain and walked into the 12th Divisions building. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.